You are saying only, but you are saying wrong things. And that is what we call as misstatement. Now see, there's a huge difference. Now, you telling he told wrong things versus misstatement. Misstatement is a professional word. Clear? So when we say misstatement, I'll ask one question. We will solve one particular small putty question and then we'll try to understand what is misstatement through that. Now you all know with respect to whether your group 1 is done or no, irrespective of that, you will be able to answer this. Imagine I have 1 lakh radio units, okay, of a entity. I am a part of the entity. Now the cost of this is, manufacturing cost is rupees 500. Okay, realizable value is rupees 750. All right. Now, if I want to know the value of closing inventory or closing stock, what is the value of closing stock? 1 lakh into 750, how much? How much? 750 lakhs, huh? Which is nothing but 7.5 crore. Correct? So this is the valuation of what? Closing stock. Am I right? As per accounting standard, or even in your foundation, you would have at least studied inventory valuation, right? Even in your BCom, there is inventory valuation, which says what? Cost or market value or NRV, whichever is lower or less, we have to take. So which we have to take? 500 is what we are supposed to take. Therefore, correct valuation is equal to 5 CR, right? Now, imagine by mistake, the accountant has recorded at 7.5 CR. Technically, you should have recorded at what? 5 CR. What is the difference? 2.5 CR. Now, this difference is what we call as misstatement. Now, you say difference. You say variance. In audit, what do we call? There is nothing, no rocket science here. Clear? What you say difference, here what we call it as misstatement. So can I say misstatement? Listen to me carefully. Misstatement is nothing but difference between what should have been done and what has been done. So it's a difference between what should have been done. What should have been done? Should have been 5 crore. What you have done? 7.5 crore. What is the difference? 2.5. Now don't tell me minus 2.5. Let's take absolute value. Clear? So 2.5 CR is the difference, and this is nothing but a misstatement. Now, this misstatement could be smaller, misstatement could be bigger. Is this a bigger misstatement? Yes, sir. Example number 1. Example number 1. Understood? Clear? Now, this is important for us. 2.5 CR misstatement is a huge misstatement. And closing valuation, overvaluation means GP overvalued, gross profit overvalued, net profit overvalued, asset overvalued, because same closing inventory will go and sit in balance sheet. And that balance sheet you have given for loan in the bank. That means you have taken more loan by giving fake inventory. They'll believe it is for error or what? No. Now if I go and tell yes, it is an error, they'll believe. You go and tell it is an error, they'll not believe. That is called as an assurance. Are you getting my point? Right? Now this is called misstatement. Example number 2 for misstatement. Now imagine there is a staff, okay, a staff who went to a client place. Now this particular staff, when he went to client place, he had to take multi-mode of transport. So first he took a flight which costed 10,230 rupees. Okay. Then from the airport, he took a taxi. Okay, Uber he took, which cost him, let's say, for example, 679 rupees. From there, he took, let's say, auto the next day. Next day, he took an auto to go to the client place. Let's say he paid 150 rupees. Okay. Now, from there, he had to go to an inventory place of the client only. So I told him, no problem, you go, I'll reimburse whatever is the cost. But there was no rickshaw guy, he had to go within the particular time. There was a bullock cart. Okay, now he told him, I'll pay you, you drop me, I have to go urgently. Right? Now he went. Now he paid him 250 rupees. Okay, to and fro. Now, what is it? What is my total cost? See, in audit, you have to have calculator. Okay, in exam also, because they have started asking practical questions with numbers. So, if you're saying clear, your definition also is matched there. How much? 10,000. 309. Okay, 11,309. Working of some event or program as a document to define something. No. Okay, got it. Now 11,309 is the total travel expense. Now you tell me now, how much should I reimburse? Okay. Flight 10,230 should I reimburse? Reimbursement. Okay. What is the evidence for this? Next, taxi should I reimburse? What is the evidence? You will get an email, no? Uber receipt. Auto? What is the evidence? Huh? Transaction idea. Exactly my point. I never said UPI. I never said Uber. I said he took an auto. He would have paid in cash. No. So now should I reimburse? Okay, let's consider no for you. Okay, no. Why? Because there is no evidence. Fine, good. Bullock card? No. I'll not reimburse. Huh? Okay, why? There is no. Next time the staff will tell, sir, you only go there. All the staff will tell, why should I pay from my pocket? Do your work. Fees you will get. You will not reimburse anything to me. Why I should go? You go, no. Now I say, no, evidence. From Bullock card, what evidence I should get? From normal auto guy, what evidence will you get? Will you get any evidence? No way. Sir, do one thing, sir. When you are paying cash, you take signature on document. You think any auto guy will be okay with that? Bangalore people, especially these now small vendors, now they are telling no UPI, no pay in cash only. Now who will sit and explain that you are not even in the GST limit for them to send notices, right? Recently one rickshaw guy is like, no, cash podi sir, UPI beda, GST notice barutte. Why will GST guys send you notice? Right? I'm like, okay, fine. Right? So you have to understand these people will not be okay with that. Now you tell me, will you be fighting there or work is important for you? Work is important. Now if you say I will not reimburse, none of the staff will do the work now. They will tell you, do one thing, sir, you put an airport in the client's place. Okay? Then book a flight for me. I will go. Or get a private jet. Because you're not giving me money. 150 per day is a bigger cost for a staff. 250 per day is a bigger cost for a staff. Combine if you say 4, that means I can't eat roadside also. Where's the invoice? Petty cash expenses concept came after that. No, I am talking about the root cause. Petty cash is the solution for these expenses. My question is, why did they find that solution? And petty cash also you can't manipulate or what? You can. That is now third example you will see. Now, in these cases, no, generally what entities will have is they'll reimburse it. They'll definitely reimburse it, but they will have a limit of reimbursement. They will tell, we'll reimburse every day only 100 rupees. Now, more than that you spend, it is your expense. But it will be communicated in the beginning only, we'll be paying only 100 rupees if it is auto, right? If you are paying more than that, that is your cost. Now, there was one entity where one of my friend was working. So he had to go out, stay and finish the job and come probably 10 days he had to stay. So his office policy was they'll give you 850 rupees per day as a room rent allowance. Now you stay in a 5-star hotel also, no issues. We will be giving you how much? You can stay in a basic hotel also which charges 500. We will give you 850. The 350 is your profit. So 850 will give. you decide where you have to stay. This fellow used to stay in a basic hotel because to save that reimbursement. Clear? Right? But whereas but in the same office, there was one more friend of mine. He used to stay in a better hotel where he'll be paying 1,000 rupees. At 150, he'll be wearing on his head saying, no problem, I'll stay. So these are the policies made in the entities because of these transactions. Because you can't avoid. Now these are called as practical scenarios, which your book will not talk about. Now comes example number 3. Now here if you say, technically you can't even find a misstatement here. Why? Now how do I know 150 is an apt amount? I need to take a judgment. I need to take a judgmental call. I'll ask him, hey, auto 150, Bulaka 250 or paid? Yes, sir. Now he paid. How can I say he did not pay? I can't do anything about it. So very difficult for me to find misstatement here. So what I'll be doing, now in the next example you'll find misstatement is there, but I don't know whether should I call it as a misstatement or not. Imagine you bought some, let's say, grocery items for the kitchen in the office. You know, you have pantry facilities. Yes. So you bought some items like tea powder, coffee powder, etc. Like this you bought. When you went to a supermarket, you billed it. The bill came up to 1,249.38 rupees. How much will you make the payment for? Now, UPI, if it is there, you can pay. Right? But UPI also will have server issues and payment issues and bank issues. Yes. Now you'll have to pay cash. For check you'll give there. How much will you pay? 1,250. Correct. Now 1,250 you make the payment. If I'm passing the entry in the books of accounts, I should pass the entry based on evidence. Correct? Now my question to you, what is the entry that I'm going to pass? Expense account debit? Yes. 1,249.38. To cash. How much? Okay. Now what is the balancing amount now? Because cash went out as 1,250. The bill amount says 1,249.38. What's the difference? What should I do with it now? Round off, correct. Round off you are doing, no? Sorry? Entry, entry only I am telling you. You are doing it, no? You are passing the entry, no? But is it correct? Bill is showing so much. You are paying so much. Now 0.62, definitely you will debit to round off. Rounding off account one ledger you will create and you will put it there. That's not my point. It is still in P&L only, no? This rounding off will sit where? Debit side of profit and loss account. My question is not that. My question is there a difference? What should have been done? Suspense account. What should have been done? Ignore it seems. I can't ignore. As an auditor, I can't ignore. What should have been done? 1,249. What has been done? 1,250. What is the difference? 0.62. Is this a misstatement? Definitely yes. It is a misstatement. But the point is it important where my investors will take money out of the entity? 0.62 paisa difference. I'll take my crores of money out. No. 2.5 crore difference. Will they think about taking their money back? Yes. Both are misstatement. Both are misstatement. One is material, one is immaterial. 0.62 is immaterial, whereas 2.5 crore is material. Clear? Now, misstatement need not be only with respect to amount. Misstatement can be with respect to disclosures. What is disclosures, sir? Bad debts happen, but you did not tell. You not telling is also a misstatement only. Your parents, imagine every day you come at a specific time. One day you came 3 hours late. Okay, now your parents are cool with you going out with friends, etc. Let's assume like that. Now imagine 3 hours late you came. What is the first question your parents will ask? Where were you? Correct? Because there's no point in asking why are you late. They know you will be somewhere. So the question will be, the next question will be, with whom? And boys will tell boys' name, girls will tell girls' name. Right? Now the question is, after that, at the end of the argument, no, your parents will only tell one thing. You could have just informed us that you're coming late, no? We are not against all these things. Okay, fine, you go. I understand you have to go to your friend's party, whatever. Okay, fine, go. At least tell. Why didn't you tell? Now, there was telling a problem or coming late was a problem. Telling was a problem. Disclosure was a problem there. So, misstatement can be with respect to disclosure. Investors also will tell the same thing. You could have told me, no, bad it happened. Why didn't you tell me? I'm not against you not having bad debts. I understand in business bad debts will happen, but at least have the courtesy to tell me. That is called disclosure. You not disclosing when it is supposed to be disclosed is called as misstatement. So basically, misstatement is nothing but a simple difference between 2 points. Point number 1 is what should have been done. Point number B is what you have. Capital expenses debited to P&L. Asset you purchase, entry. Asset account debit to bank. See, right now you should understand that you can't purchase in cash. Clear? At foundation level, I understand. You purchasing machinery by paying lakhs of rupees in cash. Income tax will kill you. You can't even think of paying cash more than 10,000, right? So right now you understand that it is either bank or shares. Clear? Some people buy assets by giving their shares also. Anyway, so we'll stick to cash only. So asset to bank. Okay. Now by mistake, what I did is I transferred that to P&L. P&L account debit to asset account. So right now you are seeing this entire machinery cost is debited to what account? P&L account. Is it right? It's not right. Is it misstatement? Yes. There's a difference between what you should have done and what you have done. What you should have done? Balance sheet. What you have done? Because of that, our profit gets affected. Capital gets affected. Ratios will get affected. Asset balance will get affected. Net assets will get affected. Net liability will get affected. Are you seeing the effect? That is the reason why misstatement is very important for us in audit. Clear? So, smallest of the smallest misstatement is a misstatement only. We can't ignore that. But is it going to affect is the question. That is what we have to check in the audit. There is no, only till date, I have seen only one client, 2 clients in my life till now, where even paisa to paisa accounts have kept. One is actually a company. Clear? We died to go to that audit. Clear? When I was doing my internship for this particular audit, no, I used to manipulate manager. Reason is that audit is a chill audit for us. Not a single paisa difference will get. Forget about rupees. The only thing 3 days audit it is. For a company, 3-day audit, people will not even believe. Right? It's not a yearly audit, half yearly audit it was. But the only 3 days we used to go and finish and come. Nothing. Morning 10 o'clock, nice tea. Afternoon, nice lunch. Evening, nice snacks. Done. Because everything that man will do and give. Right? And that same client was the client of my mother on a labor law level. My mother is a labor law consultant. So I went and spoke to my mom saying, this fellow is too good, ma. And he's like, I know. So I asked, how? So she's like, do you know that fellow is a brilliant CA student? I'm like, I did not know this. He quit CA because of family pressure. Brilliant. And next day, when I went and spoke to him, I said, thank you for what you're doing. And he's like, I understand, sir. I know exactly how auditors will feel if accounts are not maintained properly. Everything, even rounding off. Generally, what people will do is rounding off, they'll add to miscellaneous expense or other expense and finish it off. This fellow has showed round of as a separate ledger only. And for every entry, narration is there, date is there, clear, pakka check number, everything. In fact, check issued on this date, check got cleared on this date. That is there in the narration. So reconciliation also no problem for me. Only like this, I have seen one more guy whose son is actually running an industry. Father is the accountant. So he used to maintain entire books of accounts. Beautiful. If he comes and gives a file in the next 4 days, tax audit is done. Clear? Entire audit of our income tax in 4 days, it is done because it is that clean. Nothing, no black mark at all. Very difficult to have such clients. So these people know what is misstatement and they ensure even immaterial misstatements are taken care. But on the contrary, I have had one more client. Only one file. Rectification only has taken 3 months. Rectification has taken 3 months. Filing has taken 6 months for me. One file. That in that office, no. They used to call me, they used to tell me, don't give any file to Karthik. Because he's on a fasting of this particular client. 6 months straight, he's fasting with that particular client. Because accountant has no idea what is accounts. Your owner has no idea what is happening in the books. Owner has high BP. If I tell him that there is a mistake, that fellow will shout at accountant. Clear? And in a year, thrice accountants get changed. So previous guy will create a mess and leave without explanation. The next guy will not understand that mess and create more mess and leave. Right? And entire thing has to be cleaned up by my boss. My boss will call me and he'll tell the client, don't worry, everything will be done. Do it, okay? First time when I got that file, I had no idea. So I took that file from the boss's cabin. I was coming out. Manager, there are 2 managers, both the managers, staff, everyone are looking at me and they're like, now I don't know what it is. So I went to one manager who is kind enough to talk to articles. So I went to her and I asked, ma'am, why everyone are giving weird reaction? So she's like, which client you got? I said, so and so. That client, forget for the next 4 months, will not get any tax on it. I'm like, why? You'll know. If I call accountant today, he'll come after 2 weeks for rectification. And rectification is wonderful. Rectification requires rectification. Generally, we can't rectify the books. The one who prepared it should come and rectify. That is the rule. Now he will come and rectify. And the way he rectifies, no, classic entries he used to pass. So much that he doesn't know what is sales return, what is purchase return. And these type of things, and the entire, that time, 10 years ago, the business was 3 crore turnover for a proprietor. Clear? And that fellow is busy doing business. This fellow is busy spoiling accounts. Clear? So a lot of things had happened in that. Loan was repaid 10 years ago. In the balance sheet, loan is still payable. And this was identified by me after 1 year. Clear? I only did a first year audit. Okay. And generally what we believe accountant, no. So he'll be like, that loan is there, sir. And I called, my senior and he told like this, because this is who was guiding me. So he's like, okay, then continue. Over, balance sheet signed, everything done. Next year when I'm doing, next year also accountant is like, yes, sir, that loan is there. I'm like, how come loan balance is same? Last year also same balance. This year also same balance. How? Something should be there, sir. You put. I'm like, then I started digging into it. Then I went to previous year. I only prepared. I knew the loan amount. I went to previous year. Loan amount is same. I went to previous year. Loan amount is same. Like that I had to go 12 years back. Then I directly went to boss. Rather than going to previous year, no, I went to boss. He is more tense than me because I am not signing, no. He signed, no. And he's like, no sense or what? Like, sir, give me some time, I'll find out the difference. What you'll find out the difference? From last 10, 12 years, if it is the same amount, you didn't take any confirmation of what I took, sir. From whom? From accountant. From him only you have to take. Like, okay, sir, sorry. What sorry? And my boss has a habit, he has a chair, okay, he'll lean properly first before, if he gets 10, step number 1, lean. Yeah. So I know when he leans, done. Because after that I have to take the whatever consequences. So I said 24 hours you have. I don't know what you're doing, fine. That is one file where without a single minute of sleep, 24 hours I have worked. Straight. I caught my friend also. Come. Even you have a file, you also work, I'll also work. So he was working in my house and we played he played some song on loop. Same song till morning. Like, he changed the. Like, no, I am getting motivation out of it. I am getting demotivated. This same song till morning 6:37, same song is playing. We finished, we found out, we went 9:30, we reported to office, we told that this is the difference. It started long back and all those things. It'll come and the upcoming concepts will come, these examples. And then we'll be like, sir, day leave you can give, no sir. He's like, what? Sir, we didn't sleep. Did I ask you not to sleep? No sir, go work. Literally we were working like this, like drunkards. Then manager somehow spoke to boss, half day, afternoon, half day leave, he gave. So these are the practical scenarios that will happen. What we study and what practically happens is a daylight difference. Day and night difference is there between what you're studying now and what practically happens there. That's the reason why I'm telling you I have to go outside the book to give you an understanding of what you're studying. You can't apply everywhere. Clear? So what we are studying is a principle, but if you go to Big Four and other corporate, no, this is what they follow. The mid-sized firm and other people, documentation only will not be there. Big Four, they'll follow all these things. They have to follow because otherwise reputation is very important for them. Clear? So this is misstatement. It could be a material misstatement. It could be immaterial misstatement depending upon the level of misstatement. Understood? Yes, sir. Okay. So what is misstatement? Refers to a difference between what? Amount, classification, presentation or disclosure. I told you about amount. Yes. Remember supermarket example? Supermarket example. Classification I told you. Remember? Capital into revenue. Asset debited to P&L. Wrong classification. Presentation. What does presentation means? You have shown correctly, sir. Asset side, total is correct. But fixed asset is shown in current assets. Asset side will not have any difference. Balance sheet is still matching. Are you getting my point? But fixed assets can't be sitting in current assets. It's a classification issue. For example, sir. One more example. Discount allowed should be where? It's a basic accounting concept. Discount allowed. Debit to P&L. Now if I put it in trading account, my net profit will still match. Gross profit will have a difference. Now this difference is because of what? Expense never happened. Happened, sir. Discount is allowed. But we put it in the wrong place. So therefore it's a presentation issue. Sales return. We did not minus from sales. We showed it on the debit side of the trading account. Transaction is valid. But classification was issue. Presentation was the issue. Then I told you with respect to disclosure. Bad debts happened. You did not tell. Are you getting my point? Clear? One more example I'll give you for disclosure. Participate here. Those who are done with this concept, it will be easier for you. Those who are not done with the concept, it will be easier for you also. Now, there is a concept called as amalgamation. Beautiful concept. One of my favorite problems or concept in accounts. Because of amalgamation only I cleared Inter. 16 marks straight. Huh? No, really. Inter I wrote only for 75 marks. Account. I got 63. And in that, amalgamation balance sheet without a scratch tally, partnership accounts without a scratch tally. Second PUC, no tally, only balance sheet. Yeah. But Inter, first attempt, done. Accounts only. Other things I did not clear. So in amalgamation, what generally happens? There are two types of amalgamation. Generally, we call it merger and purchase. I'm not teaching you concept, okay? I'm just giving you gist of it because if I go to the example, you might raise a ticket, help at ArivuPro. So in case of merger or purchase, what generally happens is, see, merger means one company or both companies will lose the identity. Let's say there is A Limited, there is B Limited. So this is like, sir, merger is like, generally, what our teacher had told, I clearly remember the concept. There is, milk and there is decoction of tea, right? Now, tea decoction has an identity, milk has an identity. Now, if you merge both have lost their identity and both have a new identity. That is called amalgamation in the nature of merger. Okay. Now, amalgamation in the nature of purchases, there is a cup of water, there is salt. Right? You put salt in the water. Water never loses its identity, but salt lost its identity. Amalgamation in the nature of purchase. Right? Now, in this, all these, only one example was told. The other example we found out in tea shop only. Because I tell you, all the concepts what we learn, if you start using it in your daily life, concepts will be much easier. Now, in this case, imagine there is an A Limited. We'll talk only about purchase. And there is B Limited. Okay. A Limited purchased B Limited. So, A Limited is a purchasing company. B Limited is selling company. Right. Now, for this, A Limited issued as a purchase consideration, they gave shares. Imagine PC was 10 lakhs. Purchase consideration was how much? 10 lakhs. They purchased a business. I gave them shares. A Limited already had 20 lakh shares. Every share is rupees 10. Right? So in A Limited balance sheet pre-merger, what is the share capital? 20 lakhs into 10, 200 lakhs. Post-merger, what is the balance sheet? 20 lakhs previous shares. 10 lakhs issued to B Limited. Therefore, total into 10, how much? 300. Now you tell me, sir, the old shares that I have got, 20 lakh shares, I gave it for cash. So 20 lakhs into rupees 10 is equal to 200 lakhs which was issued for cash. What is the entry? Cash or let's say bank account debit to share capital 200 lakhs, 200 lakhs. Correct? So in the balance sheet, bank account will be shown as 200 lakhs. Share capital will be shown as 200 lakhs. Extract only. Now as an investor, okay, you are satisfied that 200 lakhs they took money. With respect to that, they have given the shares. Let's talk about now amalgamation. When amalgamation happened, I gave more 100 lakh shares. Yes or no? But what they receive in return? Now this is shares for cash I gave. Now here 300 lakhs is there, but my bank will show. What about the rest 100 lakhs? Now there is a change in the asset and liability respectively. Balancing figure, goodwill, capital reserve, as the case may be, will come into the picture. Now, fine sir, I understood the asset also increased, liability also increased, and balancing figure we got it. Now, the question is not here. You will draft notes to accounts. In notes to account, note number 1, when you write share capital, you will write here 30 lakhs of shares of rupees 10 each is equal to 300 lakhs. You will write one note out of the above. 10 lakh worth of shares were issued for consideration other than cash. Now this is a pure disclosure point. If you don't disclose this, now people might think that you have given 300 lakh worth of shares, but where is the money? Now, how will you tell them that no, we actually purchased the business? By disclosing it in the notes. Now, this disclosure, okay, why did you issue 10 lakhs? Then further in the notes, you'll be telling, in board of directors report, you'll be disclosing, in notes to account also, you'll be disclosing, we have purchased this company for this much consideration, and in return of that consideration, we have given shares. This is called disclosure point. Now, you purchase company, did not disclose this misstatement. Understood? Yes. So basically, what is misstatement? Very simple. Difference between amount, classification, presentation, disclosure of what? Reported, meaning what you have done. Reported financial statement item. It could be amount, classification, presentation, disclosure that is required. So what you have reported and what is supposed to be reported. And that is what we call as misstatement. It's nothing but what? Tell me again. It's a difference between what? Amount, classification, presentation, disclosure. All four you have to remember. Amount, classification, presentation, disclosure, reported. Right? And amount, classification, presentation, disclosure that is required to be done. Right? To be in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. What you're supposed to do as per the law regulations you have not done, it can be called as mistake. Now the next concept. Misstatement, whatever you have done, it can be due to error, it can be due to. Now you tell me, what is the difference between error and fraud? Error is unknowingly, fraud is intentional. So error can be unintentional or always unintentional. Can fraud be unintentional? By mistake fraud happened. Can you say like that? No, fraud can never, occur by mistake. In fact, fraud is always a well thought crime. Clear? We call it sophisticated crime. It's very well thought. So it doesn't happen on a daily basis. It doesn't happen on one single day. It is accumulation of multiple transactions, multiple behavior, etc. Yes. So unfortunately, you guys don't have a standard of fraud in Inter. It was there before, right? It is removed now. SA 240, which talks about auditors' responsibility with respect to fraud and financial statements, has been removed from your syllabus and pushed to a higher level because they want you to learn fraud in final level and not in inter level. Okay. Now, sir, if I steal money, error or fraud? By mistake, I took it. Are you getting my point now? Sir, by mistake, when you took your money, someone else's money also came with that. See, my money was kept like this. 500 rupees was kept like this. Until that, there was one more 500 rupees, which was not mine. Right? In urgent, I took my 500 rupees and went. With that, one more 500 rupees came. I didn't, example, why are you staring at me like that? I didn't take in real life. I'm just telling you, error or fraud. Now, this is where you need to understand the intention. Are you getting my point? Now, to tell error or fraud, some are telling error, some are telling fraud. It always depends on. Error is often intentional, sir. Fraud always unintentional. Fraud is always intentional. Correct. Absolutely right. Error is by mistake. Yes. Now, in this case, to understand whether I did fraud or not, you'll have to understand my history in the company. Right? Has he done like this before? No, sir. This is the first time. Then I think benefit of doubt can be given. Are you getting my point? Situation and all you have to see. Did you observe and take, or simply you took and went? Now, all these things is nothing but observation skills. You can't directly tell fraud. Are you getting my point? I'll put you in one situation. Then we'll see what you'll answer. Imagine you went for an audit. Okay. And I told you, I am the boss for you. And I told you, whatever you're spending there, I'll reimburse it. Okay. Except, only whatever you're spending on yourself, I'll be reimbursing. You said, okay. You went there. Now, when you went to a city where all your friends are living. Now, you told your friend that you're coming for audit for 1 week. Let's meet up on some day. No, they said, okay. Now, you reach there. That only they said we'll meet because we are not there. That only we'll meet for dinner. Next day is your audit. You said, oh, fine. I'll meet today for dinner. You went there. Okay. You had dinner with your friends. Imagine 10 people were there. Now, when 10 people are there, generally one person will pay the bill and then you split. Now, bill will be one only, not 10 bill will come for the table. One bill with 10 members. Okay. One person paid. You paid your share to that person. Now, you have to take reimbursement. No? Yes, you will take the bill. Correct. The bill that was there on the table, you will take it. You will go. You will keep it in the file. 10 days you did audit. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, travel, all the bills you kept in the file. At the end of the audit, you came back to the office, you finished the entire audit. During the reimbursement time, you prepared the Excel properly for everything. What day, travel, how much, food, how much, fuel, etc. You gave a bifurcation of that. That first day ka bill is there, no? You forgot to give the bifurcation. You forgot to give what? Bifurcation. All other bill bifurcation you have given. 9 days dinner bill bifurcation you have given. Whenever you have gone out with your friends, in the next 10 days you have given bifurcation. That one day you have missed. Okay. Now you have submitted the bill. And the finance manager is telling you are a fraud. Because you did not give bifurcation of that first bill. Huh? I didn't get you. What? Huh? Is it an error or is it a fraud? Sorry? Correct. Now, there is a situation in your office. You can't tell, I don't know about it. Now, the finance manager of your office is telling, sir, he's a fraud. Okay, I'll call him. What will you tell? You are the guy. What will you tell?
We split the expenses, but the expenses couldn't be split.
Okay.
So that is why I recorded. I should have recorded the split amount instead.
I forgot to give you the split of that bill, sir. So you can pay me only that part. Now, finance manager, do you think I'll pay more? I'll pay that only, but you are still a fraud. Huh? Whose intention is not right? Finance manager, sir. Or yours, sir? Now she's saying, I'll put a point saying for the rest 9 days I've given split, no sir. If I do fraud, I'll be doing that also, no? Where, when? Every day? Correct. Now first day, is it practical? For me, you give a separate bill. For 9 people, you give a separate bill. Your friend will kill you. And who will think about that during that time?
I'll only pay for my second.
He'll tell, you do whatever, but I'll still call you fraud. Are you getting my point now? See, this is what I'm telling you, a practical scenario where your book knowledge will not be enough. Now you tell intention. Intention you're telling, but how will it be proved there? Now she told a valid point. If I am there and then I'm like, what is the difference? Sir, 2,000 rupees. In the rest 9 bill, if this fellow has given bifurcation, don't you think the pattern suggests that there is nothing that you would have forgotten to give that? Right? Number one. Number two, your behavior will tell me now, your conduct there in that situation, whether you're panicking, whether you're confident about your statement that you're giving, your clarification, how confident you are, all that thing will take into consideration and then we'll tell. Now we'll add one more scenario to this example, add-ons. Now imagine you are not an article, you are my staff who is a qualified chartered accountant. Same scenario. Everything is same except your degree now. You are a qualified chartered accountant and this is what you have done. Oh, you did not even think error. And I'll tell you, okay, you are a chartered accountant. I'll add one more thing. You have enough salary. You're well to do. Huh? Error? Now you will say one thing, no, sir, for 2,000, should I do fraud like this and wait for 10 days, sir? If I had to do, I would have done bigger amount only, no? Are you getting my point? My salary only will be somewhere around 50,000-75,000 and for that 2,000 I will give you, sir. Now, when you're saying like this, now this is what I'm telling you. When I kept adding on situation, your answers kept changing. Your thought process kept changing. And this is what is audit all about. Not just book. Judgment. Clear? Now, you have to convince the finance manager that this fellow is not a fraud. It's an error. No, sir, I'll call him fraud. That means you have decided that you will call this fellow fraud no matter what. Now, if you have already decided on a notion, you can't change them. No matter what you do, they'll have a problem for that. So, we can't do anything for those things. If you can tell, okay, sir, do one thing, don't reimburse the entire amount. Enjoy. From my side, donation for you. I don't want to. Now, when you say something like this, no, obviously we'll think that you have not done anything wrong. And if you had to do, you would have done it in the next 9 bills also, no. If you have not done means it's nothing but an error. Leave the, it's okay, pay. No, sir, still fraud. It's okay, fine. Fraud only, pay. Are you getting my point? Intention is very important. If I told you that in the last audit also this fellow had done like this. See your answer change now. This is what I meant by more and more information when we get. No, we are evaluating the evidence that we are getting. We evaluate the evidence and reach a conclusion. And we evaluate that conclusion and then we give an opinion. Are you getting my point? Understood? Clear? This is nothing but misstatement can be due to error also, can be due to fraud also. You would have heard about something called as compensating error. Yes, in rectification of error chapter, in case if you have done, right, imagine the answer, the amount is nothing but 1868 and you have written as 1866 possibly or 1886 possible. Fraud. Huh? Error. What is the basis of this? On what basis you are telling it is an error? Take. Are you getting my point now? That is what I mean by you can't directly like just because 1886 is a error. So if I put 1986 it is a fraud. It is not about just because digits changed. You will have to consider, okay, when was the entry pass? How was the entry pass? Is there a problem with the keyboard only? Possibility can be there, no? Yes. Now there are some people, they want swag in entry also. Without looking at the keyboard, they'll type. Error can be there in that way also. So these are all observation skills. Based on that only you should come up with an opinion that, okay, it's an error. No. These are all observation. As an auditor, no. There's a reason why eagle is our logo. It means that we have to be sharp in our work. We have to be observant. Each and every small thing we'll have to observe when we do audit. Because that can serve as an evidence later on. Imagine Monday a staff says, you are there, you are working, you are doing the audit of a client and that day the staff is leaving early saying, it's my wife's birthday, I have to leave. Okay, he left. Now you are doing audit, up the second quarter you came and again you are doing the audit. Now you are supposed to ask the cashier some doubt and you'll be like, sir, I'm so sorry, I'm leaving today, it's my wife's birthday.
1 year, right?
Look at the sharpness. Experience. Question is, 1 year, how your wife can have 2 birthdays, which is not possible. Therefore, you should be having. In this, who is yours? Number 1. That also doubt can come. Now, why did I ask this? Tomorrow, if cash embezzlement has happened. Now, this will serve as an evidence, no? It serves as a basis for me, no? Yes, probably, I don't know. Probably you may have an affair. Now, because of that, you had to gift something. Maybe you would have taken cash from entity only. I am no one to ask you what you're doing is right or wrong. That's your personal choice. What you're doing here is wrong then. Taking money from the entity is a wrong move that you have made. Now, this will serve as an evidence for you. Are you getting my point? Now, he can't tell, sir, how dare you ask me personal questions? In one of the banks, I made a bank open on a Sunday morning. 9:30, Sunday that too. Clear, I will not name the bank. I ensured manager only came and opened. I came at 9:20, he came at 9:30. And he only opened and we finished our work that day. He's like, sir, Sunday. I'm like, yes, Sunday only. Sir, Monday we can do, no, we can, but I won't. I want to finish my work on Sunday. You don't come, I'm leaving. Sir, report, no problem. I will tell my principal auditor that manager did not cooperate. Sir, my job will go. Come, sir, on Sunday. What Sunday, what Monday, sir? We'll finish off our work now. For you also, it is free. No one will be there. Server will be easy. It won't be stressed. We'll go it. Sir, Sunday, sir. Yugadi, sir. No problem, sir. Morning you come. Afternoon you go. I did not even leave the bank manager. You think I'll give leave for class? Directly. Reason, you should see, you should not give any gap so that they will do something there. You never know what if the information is changed, because they are the one who will be having the information. So we should not be giving them that chance also. Clear? So we finished our work. I signed everything and he hated me. Does not matter. I am not going there to sell ice creams to please people there. So he's like, sir, you should not work like this. I'm like, you're telling me or you're telling yourself? So Sunday and all, who works? I work. Clear? Sir, then I told one thing. The reason is I can decide my Sunday. For me, even Tuesday can be a Sunday. And I can take class on Sunday. I can tell Tuesday I will not take class. No problems. That is why we did CA, sir. We did not want someone to tell Sunday only will be an off for you. I was like, okay, sir, fine. We'll finish. We did. We finished our bank audit on a Sunday, signed, clear, and then I left. I go, thank you, sir. Hopefully we'll meet again. He was like, sure. But I know his mind. Mind wise, I caught. He's like, please don't come to my bank. Right? So this is nothing but these are the intentions you'll have to see if it is a fraud or error. It's not just with respect to, but just by looking at the amount, we can't tell it is fraud or error. We have to go beyond that. Clear? That is your meaning of misstatement. Yes. Don't directly say error or fraud. Okay, what do you mean by error now? It refers to unintentional mistake in financial statements or record due to clerical. What do you mean clerical? Just now what we said, 1868, 1886, clerical error. Mathematical, sir, 20% depreciation, by mistake you calculate 50% depreciation in the calculator. Clear? Possible. Or judgmental mistakes. What is judgmental mistakes? Provision for bad debts. Generally, you in the industry 10% they take, you took 20%. Clear? So it's a judgmental mistake. You judged it wrongly. Now some students will have judgmental mistakes in the exam. This question is very important to come. This is not important at all. That is a very bad judgmental mistake you make. We all made that mistake. That's why I'm telling you, don't do selective studies. There was one chapter in 1956 Act called Producer Company, which is there in 2013. 13 attempts, it never came. Clear? Even teacher told, 13 attempts, that is 6.5 years. It never came in the exam. And as a student, what will do? 14th attempt. Right? That attempt for 13 marks it came. That chapter. Clear? And I looked at the question. I cursed none other than myself. Because teacher told it and still taught it. And teacher gave a disclaimer, ICAI, that one phrase is good enough. And we also skipped it. Why? Last attempt, your inter only. People thought charges, nothing will come. 10 plus marks from that chapter. Just from charges. Now, if you always think, same thing with the audit, this will not come, sir. This will not come, sir. This will not come, sir. Okay, good. I get calls from students or messages also saying, sir, can I skip these? Then I complete that sentence. Skip attempt also. No. Why are you skipping only these many chapters? All important chapters are skipping. Right? So never do selective studies. That's a judgmental mistake you guys make. Clear? You have to make judgments, but not to such level. Clear? It differs from fraud, sir, which is intentional, common errors, arithmetical errors, calculation mistakes, omission, transactions you're missing. Sir, by mistake you missed one page in the answer sheet. Fraud, huh? No. Error. Clear? Similarly, you missed one invoice to enter. Error. Incorrect accounting treatment, misapplication of accounting principles. For example, capital to revenue, revenue to capital. I'll ask you one question. Painting expenses, revenue or capital? Painting. Art. I like MF Hussein's painting, so I purchased that by paying 10 lakh rupees. No, I bought it as a decoration item for my office. Capital expense, sir? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. I constructed a new classroom. Capital expense. I painted that classroom. Capital expense. Next year again I painted. Why? I didn't like the color, so I changed the color. Now you tell me, next year I spent money on painting the classroom. Revenue. Huh? Why? Okay, painting expenses came to 2 crore. Okay. You guys take a call. Is it a capital expense or a revenue expense? Revenue is recurring in nature. It doesn't depend on the amount of money. Okay. So what revenue? Yes, sir. Why? See, the definition of asset is what? If it gives you economic benefits to the entity, we can consider that as an asset. This will come under what? Repairs and maintenance, no? Yes. Will be falling under? Yes. Now this is, if you put it to capital and capital to revenue, it is not necessarily a fraud, because some people don't know how to distinguish between capital and revenue. So probably trading item can come to P&L, balance sheet item can come to P&L, P&L item can go to balance sheet and sit. Are you getting my point? I purchased a screw for a machinery, 2 crores. The first question is 2 crore, what screw, sir? It's a real transaction, I'm telling you. A real transaction. I'm not even lying. 2 CR, a plant and machinery screw they had purchased. Possibly. Capital expenditure? Yes, ma'am. Not revenue? No? Pakka? What if it doesn't increase? It doesn't increase any capacity. Same production capacity, just replacement of the item. Repairs and maintenance. It depends. Depends on what? Tell me. Now, if it is, now when I saw it in the revenue side, I was shocked. Bro, who will purchase screw? Hardware shop, 50 paisa will get it. That's when I went and spoke to the manager. 2 crore, what's gold screw? He's like, no, sir, screw only. Like, what I want to see now. I want to see that screw. He's like, it is inside the machine. Auditor. And I was in 11th standard that. Clear? So I went and told him, I don't know. And that time, the impression given to us was, auditor means you are payum puli. You are lion the Singham. You can ask any question. Here you go there and you tell full Singham dialogue. Okay, I told I want to see the screw right now. Now he is like, it is inside the machinery, sir. Clear? At least he's respecting me like sir only. So I went to my manager and I told, manager, sir, I want to see the screw. Otherwise, sir, I will not be in peace, sir. Please. First time I'm seeing something, a screw for 2 CR, I want to see it. So it's like, no, go and talk to the manager only, the finance guy only. I will not talk. I went and told I want to see the screw. And somehow he told, okay, come at 4:45 in the evening. There's a machine break time. Okay, that time I will show you. He showed me at that point of time. From here, it is still there. Such a big screw. And he actually made arrangements for that. And then I saw it like, now. But because of, I met with an accident also there. Right, such a big screw, and the machinery was at a topmost level of heat. It was actually a plastic bag manufacturing industry. You see color plastic bags, no, blue, black, orange, and all. It was that type of company where they had different plants. So this was a plant which was manufacturing a transparent and white color plastic bags, polythene bags. So he kept gunny bag and he said, climb on this, okay, and peep. Now don't peep too much because the machine is very hot and there is acid inside, okay, and do not touch the machine. Just from far try to peep and see. I'm like, okay, I climbed, I saw the screw was so big, it's actually turning there. And I was looking at that only, I missed my balance there. So by mistake, when I was falling, I held on to the machinery. Nothing was there, so I held on to that. The machinery literally threw me. Okay, the hand, skin and all was peeled off, and I fell on the raw material nicely. The raw material was nice white color powder. That is converted to crystals and then it is hardened and then they cut into small crystal pebbles and then they convert that into a plastic bag. Clear? Entirely is like wanted no screw. Entire factory is there. It's like wanted no screw. So happy, peace. Then they made me sit there. Since it is a factory, first aid kit and all will be there. It is a mandatory thing for them. They made me sit. One fellow is cleaning my hair. Small 11th standard kid. Here, one fellow is cleaning my hair. One fellow is applying these Dettol and all there. Another fellow is like, where will you go now? I'm like, I'm going to college. Like this, sir. Evening college I have to go. Okay. So he's like this, he'll go home and change your outfit and go. I'm like, no, if I go home, my dad will kill me. So like that only I went to college. How much ever I could clean, I cleaned the outfit. Like that only I went to college. Then I went home. Because my dad was very strict. I can't even bunk. I can't even be late to the college. Right. So this type of transactions can be there. Because there are many assets that you have not seen. Now it doesn't depend on the amount. It depends on the purpose and the benefit that it gives. If it gives more than what it used to give before, we can capitalize that particular cost and call it as an asset. Understood? Clear? Yes. Otherwise, revenue. So don't go with the amount, go with the purpose. Clear? Okay. So clerical errors can be there. Data entry or transcription mistakes can be there. Right? For example, sometimes people do copy paste for entries. Now Excel sheet will be there, then you will open a software. From Excel sheet you will copy, you will paste it in the software. There could be copy pasting error. Right? That also will be coming under error only. Okay. From the point of view of audit, these errors are of two types, namely self-revealing errors, which means we can see clearly, right? And non-self-revealing errors, meaning what requires additional efforts to detect them. Self-revealing errors means what? Sir, what we can see. Now, bill amount is there, entry is wrong. It's apparent. Here we can see. Non-self-revealing is what? We'll have to work more on that. We have to ask more questions and then get to know what it is. For example, depreciation. Self-revealing, non-self-revealing. Provision, non-self-revealing. Provision for bad debts, it's totally based on judgment. Clear? Whereas expense, revealing errors. Understood? Clear? Sorry? Yeah, compensating error. No, for all these things I need to have some base, no? If invoice also is there, that is compensating error means what now? Debit and credit will be same, huh? Now, manual books of entry is different. I am telling you now only, software does not accept if debit and credit has a difference. Manually, when we used to enter entries, no, that time, debit one entry you can make, credit one amount you can make mistakes there. Clear? We have audited manual books also. There mistakes can happen. Software now, Tally, for example, when you put entry, let's say debit 12,000, credit you do 21,000, it will not accept. But manual books, you put 12,000 on the debit side, you put 21 on the credit side, nothing is there. So in the current era, that error is not possible. Because now we are using what? Softwares. Clear? Okay, sir. Then we have risk of material misstatement. ROMM. One of, again, all these concepts you cannot ignore at all. That's the reason why literally I have selected these concepts from multiple chapters and put it in one place. Yeah. ROMM is what we call in audit henceforth risk of material misstatement. Now this we have to study like this. When they say risk of material misstatement, you have to read it in this manner, this way. First we understood what is. Then we understood what is material misstatement. What is misstatement? Difference between. That is for us discussion. You can tell what should have been done and what has been done. In exam, you will write that only. No. Difference between amount, classification, presentation, and disclosure as per reported items of financial statements and amount, disclosure, what should have been reported as per applicable financial reporting framework. AFRF is what we call in class henceforth. Okay. So we understood what is misstatement. Then we understood what is material misstatement. What is important for users, that is important for us. Risk of material misstatement means what? You tell me one thing. Risk is associated with positive outcome or a negative outcome? Always? Always? Always is risk associated with negative outcome? No, sir. Then, can there be a positive outcome? Yes. So, can I say, don't study too much, there is a risk of you passing the exam? Is that a risk? It's a good thing. Remember, risk is always associated with negative thing. You can never say, sir, there is a risk of me getting a job. That's not a risk. It's an opportunity. Right? Risk can never be positive. Risk can never give a positive results. You not wearing helmet and going in two-wheeler. What risk is there?
Negative.
It's a negative risk. Meeting with an accident is a negative risk. You not wearing seatbelt and driving, negative risk. You not studying and going to exam, negative risk. You studying and going to exam, positive risk. You never associate risk with positive thing. It's always negative. Clear? It's a risky thing. Meaning what? Good thing or bad thing? Bad thing. Now I know what you will tell. Sir, in stock market, if you put more money we get, no. They never say risk of earning income. Risk of losing money, they say. There's a risk of you losing money. They never say risk of earning money. It's an opportunity to make money, but we have risk also. Are you getting my point? So risk outcome is always negative only. It's a negative outcome measurement. So they say when risk materializes, loss happens. When risk materializes, loss happens. Meaning when the risk gets converted into reality, you will suffer loss. So when we say risk of material misstatement, you not doing things right will give birth to misstatements. I repeat in general sense. You not doing things right will give birth to misstatements, which could be material. Example, sir. You give me example, we'll understand, sir. Bad accountant you have appointed, who does not know what is accounts. Now you tell me, will your books of accounts be properly maintained or improperly maintained? Risk or not a risk? Risk. Company is involved in a lot of cash transactions. Books of accounts will be properly maintained or improperly maintained? Improperly maintained. Risk or not a risk? Risk. You having a bad software, books of accounts will be maintained properly or improperly? Improperly. Risk or not a risk? Risk. Management is involved in converting black money into white money. Books of accounts properly maintained or improperly maintained? Improperly. Risk or not a risk? Are you getting my point? All these will contribute to your birth of misstatement. And that is what we say risk of misstatement. Even before we start audit, whatever risk is there, we call it risk of material misstatement. Very simple definition. Even before we start the audit, whatever risk is there in the financial statement, we call it risk of material misstatement. And our job is to reduce that. Don't worry, we have a chapter more on this. We have a formula now to learn. Here, just try to understand what is risk of material misstatement. Probability of frauds or error. It's a probability of frauds or error in the financial statements before we start our. It's nothing but a chance. Probability is nothing but chance, no? Materiality. Sir, what do you mean by materiality? Influence the economic decisions. What do you mean by economic decisions? Decisions I know. What do you mean by economic decisions? Sir, should I invest or should I disinvest? What do I disinvest? Remove my investment. So anything which affects my economic decision of the users is important for me. For example, in the class, you are the users. For me, you are the users. So anything that affects you is important for me, or anything that affects your exam is important for me. Anything that affects your exam is important for me. So for me, that is very important. I keep that in mind and build my class. Now, if I take 15 minutes more, it will affect you. For me, that is not important. What will be important now? Because of that, we are able to cover the portions, and which will be giving you extra time to study. Trust me, the small calculations that you do know. For example, imagine 15 minutes on a daily basis. Just imagine, do the calculation on your own. 15 minutes into audit goes for 27 days on an average. So 15 minutes into 27 if you do, divided by 60 you do. 6.75. So can I say it's nothing but 1.5 day? 1.5 day of the class. Yes. Imagine for a 27 day classes, 1.5 day early we'll get extra number of days. Imagine into 6 you do. 6 papers you have. Correct? Huh? 6 papers means you are getting somewhere around how many? 14.40. 40.5 hours divided by 60 you do. Or 1.5 into 40 you do. 1.5 into 6 you do. 9 days you are getting. I'm just talking about 9 to 10 days extra you get to study for the entire intermediate syllabus. Basically 15 minutes is what I'm telling you. Now imagine you convert that into a bigger level, and obviously accounts will go for not 27 days, 45 days now. Yes, so 45 days. For that, taxation will go for 40 days. Correct. Now that means if you cumulatively see, you are going to get somewhere around 2 weeks. Correct now? Right? Which makes a huge amount of difference while you study on your own. So when we see that, okay, that is very important, fine sir. If it is affecting you, no problem. It is misstatement only, but it's okay. Material misstatement ledu. It's not a material misstatement for me. So users are very important for us. As an auditor, who appoints us? Users. So we should work for whom? For management or for user? For the user. So what is important for user will be important for me. Understood? What is important for you will be important for me. So I should go to the management and I should represent you. Who are you? Users. Clear? So therefore, misstatement is nothing but anything that is expected to influence the economic decisions of user taken on the basis of financial statements, which means if anything affects the financial statements, and based on that financial statements, if users are taking decisions, that error that affects FS will be material for me, and I need to take it into consideration and correct that error or fraud. Clear? So you can simply put what is materiality, that which affects the users. Anything that which affects the users while taking economic decisions. Don't write personal decisions, or don't simply write decisions. You have to clearly mention what decisions? Economic decisions. And what is economic decisions? Basically, whether should I invest or whether should I not invest, sir. Understood? Clear? Yes? Okay, sir. This will be doing later. Performance materiality. I put it as a basic because once we do that chapter, when you are starting to study after the class, you have to study this first. Okay? Right. So basically we are done with the basic audit concepts. Now we have few general concepts. 16th one you keep it pending and come to 17th one. Financial statements. What do you mean by financial statements, sir? What is financial statements? Balance sheet, P&L, cash flow statement, notes to accounts, statement of changes in. Okay, who told this? This was told by Companies Act. Clear? Definition as per Companies Act, financial statements are these things: P&L, balance sheet, cash flow, changes in equity, and explanatory notes. But this is not financial statement for everyone. For example, NPO, what is financial statement for them? Income and expenditure, balance sheet. Do they have cash flow statement? Statement of changes in equity and all? That means out of these, not everything is applicable for them. For society, same logic. For proprietorship, same logic. Where changes in equity will be there? Partners capital account, partners current account you have to prepare. Yes, sometimes revaluation you have to prepare. Now all these things are not there here, no. Then where is it given? Now comes the actual definition. What's financial statements? As per SA 200, it says structured representation of historical financial information, not futuristic. Your balance sheet and P&L will never talk about future. It will talk about what? Not even present. It will talk about past. Because balance sheet as at a particular date. P&L for the year. And when do you prepare it? After the year ends. What is the basic difference between P&L and balance sheet? Why is it P&L is for the year and balance sheet is on a date? Why?
Contains balances at the end of the year.
Contains balance at the end of the year.
During the entire year.
Okay. Balance sheet is giving you financial position as on a particular day. Clear? Whereas P&L, throughout the year, whatever has happened, it will give you a full consolidated amount there. The second question to you. Why do you have the name called profit and loss when technically you either will have net profit or net loss? You can't have both, no? But we still call it as profit and loss account. You say P/L, but you say what? Profit and loss account, no P and L. You never say P or L. Why? Okay, if there is a possibility of loss, you should say loss, no then. When do you prepare P&L? After the year ends? You exactly know it is profit or loss?
Before only we want to know.
Correct, when are you preparing is my question.
After calculating entirely, you will get to know whether it is profit.
That time you can name, no then.
Many operations. So one operation is getting profit, one operation is getting loss.
Correct. It's not net profit or net loss. Sir, I might have an asset. Okay, let's say for example, this camera. Now I want to sell this camera. Let's say for example, the book value is 6,000. I sold it for 16,000. What's my profit? 10,000. Where will it sit? P&L. I have one more camera. Book value of 6,000. Sold it for 4,000. Loss. Where will it sit? So multiple profit will be there. Multiple loss will be there. You present it as a one amount called, after considering everything, I have either a net profit or a net loss. Are you getting my point? This is what, when from science to commerce I came, this is what was told to me. These are the doubts I had. Why we call P and L? Why it is balance sheet? Why in debtor B is silent? I used to call it as debtors. Clear? Then my account teacher corrected saying it is debtors. I'm like, then why B is silent in that? I used to ask questions where they used to put me out of the class because they didn't know the answer. Questions like why debit is debit. Science people know we were trained like that. Although I didn't learn properly, these things I learned properly. Right? It's just why debit is debit, why credit is credit, why not some other name? Clear? So you know in 11th, 12th how they answer your doubts. Sit down. Whatever I say, you follow. That's it. So more questions if I ask, get out. Why? You're asking more questions, get out. So we used to follow. Debit what comes in, credit what goes out, 100 times you repeat, yes, accounts 80, 90, 100 also will get. No issues at all. Right? Conceptually, like I said, PUC, my balance sheet never tallied. CA, like this, not a single scratch. I was so proud of myself that time. I'm like, it's okay if the group is gone. Balance sheet tallied. In CA exam, I can die peacefully now. No problems at all. Here, so basically, financial statement. Forget about the Companies Act definition. Companies Act definition is applicable only for companies, not for other entities. Audit, when we say any entity is defined. Therefore, it is nothing but a structured representation. There's a structure for it. Income and expenditure, balance sheet, assets, fixed assets, current assets. There's a structure. It's a structured representation of historical financial information, not prospective financial information. Not prospective financial information. It's a historical financial information. Bad debt is shown in P&L and debt is a loss, so that include losses too. Correct. Okay. Including related notes. Why do we have notes? Intended to communicate the financial statements. What is the purpose? Communicate. Communicate what? Entities, economic resources or obligation. Economic resources is assets. Obligation is liabilities. Clear? Assets and liabilities. But they will not say assets and liabilities. What are they saying? Resources and obligations. Clear? At a point in time. At a point in time means what? Balance sheet is given always as at or as on a particular point in time, or changes therein for a period. They are talking about which statement here? Here they are talking about which statement? Balance sheet. Clear? In accordance with applicable financial reporting framework, this is our next definition to check out. The related notes ordinarily comprise a summary of accounting policy and other explanatory information, because in balance sheet you give the explanation or one amount. In balance sheet you give entire explanation or one amount. One amount. Where is the explanation given? So notes is also called as explanatory notes. What is it called as? Explanatory notes. Here. Now if I open ITC report. If you see here, this is notes to account. What is the first note? Material. First note. Material accounting policy. Clear? Now if you see here, that's what they have told. Comprise of summary of significant accounting policy. So it's not all accounting policy they will write. Majority significant accounting policy is what they will mention. Now you tell me one thing. One question I have. Okay. Sir, depreciation method is accounting policy or accounting estimate? Depreciation method is what? Accounting? Pakka no? Sure? 100%? Estimate or policy? Estimate. Sure? Hold on, let me download this. Okay, change in the method of depreciation. That's a policy, yeah?
Company can do in both the methods. Estimate or it depends.
Estimate only. Both are estimate, huh? So selection of depreciation method also is an estimate. Changes also is an. Okay. Changes in policy, yeah? Estimate, huh? Fine, no problem. No problem. We will talk about it. Take. Depreciation of these assets commences when the assets are ready for their intended use, which is generally on commissioning. Items of PP are depreciated in the manner that amortizes the cost after commissioning less residual value over their useful life. On a straight line? Okay. Land is not depreciated. Okay. That is in India, we follow that. What did you say? Accounting policies? Estimate. Changes is some said estimate, some says policy. Fine. PP, residual value, useful life, and method of depreciation are reviewed each year. Changes are treated as accounting. Method of selection is not accounting estimate, it's an accounting policy. There is a reason why it is mentioned under clear. Selection of depreciation method is an accounting policy. That is exactly why it is mentioned in what note here? Accounting policy. With respect to property, plant and equipment, what are we following? Depreciation is followed on what basis? Straight line basis. And where is it given? Under accounting policy. And clearly they are given here. Any changes will be treated as what? Accounting estimate. You know why? Reason. When they said residual value, useful life, and method of depreciation, if you change, it's an accounting estimate. If you change, it's an accounting estimate. You selecting is accounting. You know why? Useful life. Suddenly you changed in middle of the year. Right? After 3 years you followed, 4th year you're changing your useful life. It's an estimate. No, you're estimating that this will go for further X number of years. That's why that is treated as accounting estimate. Selection of the method is always accounting. Understood? Clear? Yes, there is a reason why it is mentioned in what note? Material accounting policy note. Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. Now, so financial statement, two definitions are there. One is as per SA 200, one is as per Companies Act. As per SA 200, what is the definition? Structured representation. Keywords. I'll write keywords for you guys. Structured representation. Then historical financial information. Entities economic resource. Clear? Entities economic resource. But before this, intention is to what? Intended to communicate. Intended to what? Communicate what? Entities economic resources. When? Either at a point of time or for a period. Right? And this representation should be as per applicable financial reporting framework. These are the keywords in the definition that you have to, or in the meaning that you have to understand. Sir, in the exam, will they ask you? No. Then why should we remember, sir? These all form basic concepts. Understood? In a house, you are living in a room, but to construct the room, they require a good foundation, no? But foundation you can't see. Exactly. Clear? These all form part of your foundation. Now comes one of the most important definitions. Applicable financial reporting framework. What is applicable financial reporting framework, sir? In view of the nature of entity and objective of the financial statements, the framework adopted by management for preparation and presentation of financial statements, which is nothing but in simple language. the rules and regulations that you follow for preparation and presentation. Okay, sir, didn't understand. Example. For Companies Act, how do you present your financial statements? Which format? Therefore, AFRF will be Schedule 3 for companies. For banks, do you follow Schedule 3 format? No, sir. Sir, we don't trust you, sir. Okay, no problem.
It's here.
Take. This is the balance sheet. What is the balance sheet? Capital, reserves, deposit, borrowing, other liabilities. Asset, cash. You see, cash comes first. Presentation. It's how they present. For you, PP comes first. Clear? For these people, PP comes last. Fixed assets and other assets. Clear? So, can you follow for bank Schedule 3 format? No. Can you follow T format? No. So, who gives this format then? Banking Regulation Act and RBI also will be involved in this. Clear? So, for them, this is how they prepare. Right? According to that, we'll have to follow. So, this is AFRF for them. So, for banks, AFRF will be Banking Regulation Act, RBI Act. Because so many reports they have to submit, so much of financial statements, other things they have to disclose. So for them, RBI Act also will be applicable. Sir, for electricity companies, their actors, insurance, IRD, there whatever they have mentioned, you have to follow regulatory format. Now these all are called as AFRF for them. The way they present financial statement is called AFRF. For all others, there will be a general balance sheet format as per accounting standards. Right? Accounting standard will tell this has to be disclosed like this. It has to be disclosed. In every AS, there will be disclosure point. Yes. So they will tell, AS will tell us how to disclose it. We will be following that. Therefore, AS also forms part of AFRF. Ind AS also forms part of AFRF. You will be, sir, you go in the next level, you will understand goodwill, whether it is intangible or not. For Ind AS, the concept will be different. For AS, the concept will be different. Clear? So basically, what is there for AS need not be same for Ind AS. So people who follow Ind AS, their presentation will be different. People who follow AS, for them their presentation will be different. So what is AFRF basically? The way you prepare and present what? Financial statements. Understood? Whoever tells you whatever is applicable for you, if you follow that format for you, that is AFRF. Understood? Clear? Yes, right. Let's give a reading again. What is AFRF? In view of the nature of the entity and the objective of FS, it is the framework adopted by the management for what? Preparation and presentation of financial statements is what we call as AFRF. Is that clear? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now one thing is left called engagement standards. Sir, can we do the audit however we want? No, sir. Why? Sir, we are not BCom graduates to do accounts however you want. Do you know why people don't believe their accounts and why people believe our accounts? Not because of standards. Yes, it is, but not only because of that. They know that if a CA makes any error or mistake, ICAI will eat his career. Correct? If a BCom graduate goes out and does some mistake he does, who will take care of him? No one. There's no institute only regulating it. We have NFRA one side. First 1 week they will hit us. After that they will hand us over to ICAI. Then they will take care. Clear? Then obviously income tax will come. Then comes SEBI, if you are listed company. Now they know that if you do wrong, you will not be spared. So we don't dare to do wrong. Right? And they don't dare to correct it. There's a difference. So if we make mistakes, ICAI and NFRA can take our certificate. Imagine hard-earned degree. There's one student who cleared CA in 32nd attempt. 32nd attempt. And just imagine you do something where your certificate can be taken. 16 years you studied to get a degree and you get a certificate. You just leave it for some meager amount. Now you will tell, sir, okay sir, we'll do a bigger fraud then. For a bigger amount, we can let our certificate go. No problem. Let's put practical scenarios. Company law clearly has told in section 147 that you have to refund your remuneration. Not only that, you'll have to pay damages to creditors, shareholders, government authorities, regulators, and then whoever has suffered the damages. Plus fine 4 times, 8 times, 5 times, 10 times, correct? And then comes 447 fraud. After 10 years massage. Clear? With all these things, will your name be hidden in the market? Everyone will know now. Because NFRA will tell everyone. Hey, listen, you know, this guy did fraud. Now that is how your name will be spread. Right? Tomorrow you tell you are a CA. Will people respect you? No. Because you can't tell you are a CA. You know why? ICAI will take the membership also. Without membership, you can't call yourself as chartered accountant. You can't use the letter CA in front of your name unless you are a member of the institute. Clear? So, people call themselves as CA now once right after they clear their final exams on social media. Here, there, you put CA. Legally, you can't call yourself as CA. You can just tell that I cleared CA final exam. If you want to call yourself a CA so and so, you have to apply for membership. You should get membership. From the day you get membership, then you can call yourself as a CA. So there are many of my friends who have cleared CA exams, but they are not CAs. They'll not call themselves as CAs. And my friends are okay with it. They like say, I'm getting salary. My company knows I'm a chartered accountant. Why do I need to show off to people that I'm a CA so and so? So only their name will be there. CA won't be there. So for some people it's emotion, for some people it's just a degree. Depending on what type of objective you have with respect to that. So when you talk about this, we have standards. Why such stringent rules is we have standards. And why standards are put, sir? Sir, if I don't put a standard, no. See, in the class, if I don't take care of the discipline of the class, obviously now the class will become like one park. Class will become as if it's a playground. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, I'll be least bothered about it. Right? Now, if I do that, tomorrow you will be not talking about the subject. You will be talking about, hey, you will go out and tell this class, no, you can do anything you want in the class. Teacher will not even talk about it. Which means the decorum is spoiled. The quality of the brand is gone. Tomorrow everyone will also know ArivuPro for leniency in the class. You will not talk about the subject at all. That's my objective. So that's the reason why I put standards in the class. It should be like this. Right? I'm not against you not coming to class. But after coming to class, don't go in between the class. Right? And if you are going, decide that you will be going and don't go in between the class when I am teaching. Now these are my standards because I want to keep my class level at a good pace. Because when somebody comes, for me, you are not the user. For me, you are not the user. You are a proxy. Users are your parents. Clear? Because they come here, they pay fees thinking what? We are giving good service. Right? Now, if I don't give good service, I should sleep at night. I should sleep peacefully, thinking that I have given good service, or at least I have done my best. If that satisfaction is not there, then I should stop teaching. Right? So for that, I will put standards in the class. This is what my rules will be. So it's nothing against you, it's to maintain the standard. Tomorrow, no one should tell that this class doesn't have any manners at all. This class is useless, or anyone can do. If the teacher is useless, the teacher doesn't bother about students only. Now, people should not talk like that with respect to the class and brand of our academy, because we are representing someone. Correct. Now, when you're talking, you will tell Karthik sir from ArivuPro. I'm representing someone. I need to maintain that quality. Same thing. We are representing ICAI. When we sign, we represent who? ICAI. When we go out, when you say I'm CA so and so. Today also, it's been 2018 November I wrote, 2019 Jan I got my results, right? Not 2025. It's been more than 6 years. Today also, my mom with the same excitement, she introduced me to others. My son, CA. My daughter-in-law, she's also CA. Both are, Amma, why Ma? Just tell. Because now, the moment she says that we are CA, they'll come with their personal problems. I have a business. And I am, little smart when it comes to all these, street smartness. I tell, oh, GST, my wife is an expert, I'm not an expert. Then what are you expecting? Company compliances. Because I know you're a proprietor. Clear? You will not have a company. So I am saved. I'm like, I'll come in 5 minutes. You talk to her. She's good in GST. And okay. I'll go. Right? Now, I don't want, my mom, but my mom today also, my mom, dad, same excitement. The excitement they had on January 23rd, 2019, same excitement today also they have. When they tell, I am a CA. On phone also same excitement. When some relative, far away relative, what is your son doing? He is a CA. I can hear in the first floor. Why? Because that much, a level of status this particular course can give. Reason ICAI is maintained that standard that way. If ICAI had given good pass percentage, the value will decrease. Right? That's the reason why the pass percentage is lesser, because they want to maintain the quality according to their perspective. Right? So why do we have standards? Is because if I don't have this, you will do whatever you want in audit. And since you're representing me, you misbehave somewhere out. Clear? Even with your friends, when you're misbehaving, what's the first thought they will think about you? It's not about you. It's about your parents. They'll talk about your upbringing. They'll talk about this is the manners your parents gave you. Your parents didn't do anything. You did everything. The blame is on whom? Parents. Same logic here. We do wrong things. The blame is on ICAI. Right? When somebody is not driving properly, what is the first thing you ask? Who gave you license? Papa, RTO officer did test and all, gave license. This fellow, he saw some movie, got excited and he's going like this. Rash driving. Now you are actually shouting at the institute which gave license. Same logic people will talk about us. Who gave you license? You're a CA, it seems. And society expects CA to know everything. What? For COVID, when will vaccine be found out? CA should know. And you don't know what CA you are. And worst part, budget is being announced. Not it. C200 did not finish her budget. But my friends, bro, what it seems in budget? Now, when you can't understand the budget, you should not ask. Now, if I say this much, this allowance is there, standard deduction is there. What is that? Don't know. No. Then why are you asking? Just to be cool. What it seems in the budget? Budget is not yet over. And if I don't reply also, my friends are like, what CA you are then? So I ask ulta question. When will we go to moon again? Bro, what do I know? What engineer you are then? Hey, how will I know? You should know. Hey, I am a civil engineer. I don't know. You are an engineer. It is like you asking Tendulkar, you are not bowling. No, what cricketer you are too? Hey, I am a batsman. Cricket player, playing cricket now. You are a cricketer. There's a difference. We play a role. right? And for teachers, when we go and say, what do you do? We have an office, and then we teach us. The lecturer, one lecture you give, students' doubt only will kill. Right? So they expect a particular level, and that level is maintained by ICAI. Tomorrow, anything wrong happens in the report, first thing government will ask is ICAI, what type of standards you have set? And that's the reason why standards get revised. Clear? So because of that standard, and I like standard for one reason, you don't have to be confused. What to do in this situation, standard will tell you. Just like law. The only difference between this subject and other subject is, other subject exactly tells you what to do. This subject does not exactly tell you what to do. It gives freedom. Clear? Why students find this difficult is because you are set with a framework. Sir, you tell me what to do, I will write the answer. Okay, sir. For dividend declaration, we know it is ordinary basis, OR to be passed. Done, sir. I will not think why, what. Audit is not like that. Audit will tell, dividend we have to declare, no, correct. Now you only decide which meeting, what resolution to pass. A tell no, I will not tell. It's like giving you ingredients to cook. What dish to cook, you decide. If you tell me, it will be easy, no? Yes or no? But I won't tell you. Why? If I tell you, I'll tell you why also. You know why the standards are like that? Now you tell me, if I tell you what to do, can I expect you to give your opinion? No. My objective of audit is what? To give an opinion. Whose opinion? Your opinion. If I have to give you that freedom that you have to give your opinion, don't you think I should give you the freedom to work on your own also? Are you getting my point? If everything as per standards, if I tell, opinion also you only tell now what to give. This is one area which AI cannot totally replace. The decision making. You know why? You are really not understanding audit. How will a software understand? You should tell now. So, audit is a subject which gives a lot of independence and freedom, which you don't like now. Because in accounting, you have accounting standards. In law, you have sections. In income tax, you have sections. In costing, you have format. FM, you have formula. In audit, nothing. That's the catch. There's no boundary. There's no scope. You do whatever you want. But these are the things which are available. Tools are available. So many methods are there. You decide which method to put to get best opinion out of it. It's your call. Are you getting my point? That is the subject. The subject gives you freedom. It is not difficult. It gives you freedom. Till now you were in cage, you are comfortable. Now you are coming out of the cage, it becomes difficult to adjust. I understand that. It will take some time. Okay. So basically we have standards for what? Because you should not do anything wrong. Now why under new syllabus, 2 years of articleship, and if you're practicing 1 year, you have to work with a practicing CA. Reason because previous syllabus 3 years of articleship were there. And what people will do, some people will do dummy articleship. Clear? Some people will do articleship in a small firm where no exposure is there. You clear CA, you put up a practice, go and do fraud. Go and do errors, give wrong opinion. And outside people will talk about ICAI. So they said this has to stop. That's the reason why your syllabus also changed for direct entry people, where whether you are a direct entry or foundation does not matter. Clear both groups of inter and then go to articleship. Because you start right after BCom, you have no idea what to do. Many people in direct entry, I've seen as an article, I've asked him, why are you doing CA? Because my friend is doing. Because they said CA we can make good money. Boss, that is destination. Process, no one tells no. And some of them, the way they tell process, foundation, inter, articleship, final, CA, 5 years you're done. But they don't tell one term of 5 years. How many terms we have to be there, no one tells. So when these things are told to us, institute practicing CS face a lot of trouble because of that rule of direct entry in the old syllabus. So right after you become, you can join your articleship, and 9 months down the lane, you can write your attempt. Now, without clearing a group, you have started your articleship. Good. But a lot of people thought that CA will be easier after BCom and they joined articleship. And all the offices used to get people who are not serious about CA. Now in office, should I sit and teach you accounts or should I sit and handle my clients? Exactly my point. So you will be undercooked in the office. You will not know what has been done there, which means your work efficiency is gone. You are not doing proper audits. I can't give you more clients because I'm not confident about you. So the people who are there from the inter-cleared people, they'll have more pressure, right? Then all of these problems were faced by practicing CAs, and then it came, ICAI also realized that. And that's the reason why olden days, old syllabus and all, many firms had a rule that we will take only those articles who have cleared both groups. Single group also will not take. Reason, whenever I want, you're not there. That's the rule. Because May attempt you're writing, that time only 2 attempts. May attempt you write, April bank audit, you are gone on exam leave. Who will do the audit now? I should go. Okay. November you are writing, September tax audit. Generally it keeps getting extended. Clear? So October it will come. You are on exam leave. After the exam leave you come, we have GST audit. No problem. That is not a big deal. So whenever I want you, you're not there. What is the point of me having an article then? And that's the reason why now you have to clear both groups and go 2 years of undisturbed articleship will get. And a lot of people used to get stuck in that. You finish 3 years of articleship, you are still not clear one group of inter. Now to clear one group of inter, another group, and then write finals right away. Finals coaching will take at least 6-7 months. Clear. In fact, now group 1 only will take 6 months. Group 2 will take another 3-4 months. Right? So when all these things are there, how will you be able to crack this particular code? That's the reason why the entire syllabus also changed with that. Right now, without 2 groups of inter, you can't even enter articleship. Which means practicing CA also will get proper undisturbed 2 years. You will also get proper exposure for 2 years. It's a win-win situation. But the current situation is people are not finding articles. Because people are not clearing. Right? And especially even if people clear now, students' mindset is like, why we have to settle in small city? We have cleared both groups. We'll travel to a bigger city. So smaller city firms, they're not having any articles. So they have to hire staff. So this is the current scenario, but I think this is the best scenario that is available, which both groups have to clear and go. A student will get better exposure. In the interview, when I ask questions, you will tell bank audit question, attempt. Tax audit attempt. Then what do you know? Vouching. With invoice, I'll put a tick mark and only that I know. You will not get a job. Clear? And then you tell unemployment. Unemployment has a lot of things to do with skills. We never focus on skill development. Right? That's the reason why we have standards also to develop that skill. Why we are called professional accountants? Because we know standard content. Clear? Not your general content. I'm sure that in your BCom not a single standard was there. Audit lab. In audit standards you had? No. That's the reason. Because there we don't, if you put standards, no, you will not even take BCom. Clear? Now what are the standards that we are going to learn? In this syllabus, I told you how many standards we are learning? 30. Out of that, 29 essays, 1 SQC. None of these SRS, SRE, SCA, these we will not learn at all in inter syllabus. All these are final. Then why are they given here? Just an introduction, teaser. Clear? These are the 2 things we'll be studying. That only 1 SQC will be studying. Okay? And we have so many essays, not every essay is covered for you guys. Okay, sir. Nature of service, audit. If we are giving audit, we are giving high level of assurance, but not absolute. Why? We'll talk about it. We will give only reasonable assurance in audit. We do not give absolute assurance in audit. Number 1. In case of review, we give moderate level, meaning lesser than audit. Lesser than audit. There is a difference between me correcting an answer sheet and me reviewing an answer sheet, no? Yes, I am reviewing what? Okay, everything has been done properly or not. Audit means what? I am only doing it. So which is better? Audit. Therefore, audit gives a higher level of assurance. Review gives a lower level of assurance. Clear? Report provided positive assurance on assertions, whereas review negative assurance on assertions. We'll talk about positive and negative also. Don't worry. Then we have something called as related services, which has two things. One is called agreed upon procedures and one is called compilation. Don't worry, all these things are not there for your syllabus, but I'll give you one example each. Agreed upon procedures means, example, I told my client, my dear client, can you please provide bank reconciliation? My client told, no, I can't provide you bank reconciliation. The reason being is, I don't know how to prepare. I'm like, okay, if you don't know how to prepare, I know how to prepare. So now management told, fine sir, we'll give you your fees. Can you prepare reconciliation for us? Now if I agree on that, it's agreed upon procedure. For that separate fees will be given. Clear? Similarly, I will tell inventory, I want reconciliation for inventory. Now they told, no, I don't know how to do it. Sir, you only do it if you know. I'll pay your fees for that. I'm like, okay. Now actually I'm an auditor, correct? But what are they telling me to prepare? Inventory reconciliation. And I agreed upon a particular procedure. So this will come under agreed upon procedures. Standards are not there for you at inter level. Okay. Compilation, I already gave you an example. If you remember yesterday, consolidation. In both cases, I don't give what? Assurance. Assurance is given only in two cases, audit and review. In these cases, I will never give assurance. I'm just helping you. Clear? I'm just helping you. Right. What are the standards we have? SQC, numbering 1 to 99, we have SQC. 100 to 899, we have SA. 2000 to 2699, we have SRE. 3000 to 3699, we have SAE. 4000 to 4699, we have. Clear? You will not be learning any of that. Lucky that you will not be learning any of that. And unlucky also because the standards are easy. Look at the name of the subject only. Advanced Auditing, Assurance and Professional Ethics. How many modules you have? 3 modules you have. Okay. Now the second module is totally about what? The specialized services, related services, review, prospective information, that is futuristic. All these things, whatever here they have given, will come under. Here only these two things will be talking in the entire syllabus. Is that understood? Clear? Okay. Right. So which gives high level of assurance? Which gives low level of assurance? Where there is no assurance only? Agreed upon procedures or related services, we can say. Agreed upon procedures and comparisons. Understood? Clear? Okay, sir. What do you mean by positive assertion, sir? Positive assurance means we are telling users everything is fine. Everything is fine is saying what? Positive. Simple language. Negative assurance means what, sir? In negative assurance, we say in review we give negative assurance. You will not see any standard here. Now, what we say in review is we tell people we have not found anything here. We telling we have not found anything is called as negative assurance. So directly we can tell no, everything is good. That an audit we say. In review, we never say everything is good because we are not checking everything. Are you getting my point? So, positive assurance means positive assurance. Every material thing is good. Negative assurance. We have not found any mistakes. is what we call as review. Clear? Yes. Please put your phones on silent. We have only one or two topics left to discuss properly later on. One is audit risk and one is performance materiality. Clear? Remember this? Remind me later. Anyway, we'll discuss it, but remind me to come back to this page. Okay? Alright, sir. Alright. What are the concepts in basics of audit we did? One is audit, one is assurance, then what is engagement, then assurance, engagement, then TCWG, management, risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, ICS we saw, right? Misstatement we saw, audit risk I just told you, misstatement we saw properly, error, right? ROMM, materiality, engagement standards, financial statements and applicable financial reporting framework. Understood? Right? So totally how many concepts are there? 18 concepts are there. Out of that, 17 are discussed. One more in that 17 audit risk we have to discuss specifically in chapter number 3. Performance materiality also will be discussing in chapter number 3. Both are chapter 3 concepts. Clear? Yes? Okay, sir. About assertion. Right. Now let's talk about assertions, which is a chapter 5 concept. Okay. What do you mean by assertion? Participate. Don't write anything, just participate. For discussion purpose, I will take only these assets. I will not take any liabilities for now. Okay. Later on, we can take it whenever we want. Now you tell me. These are the assets I have listed. Okay. Extract of balance sheet. What are the assets? Building, plant and machinery, land, debtors, and okay. Value also is there. 1 crore, 1.5, 5, 3, and 2. Now, how do you check this building? Purchase deed.
Then how it is depreciated?
How it is depreciated. Let me give you a general, knowledge about these things, and then you'll answer it. Okay. In my city, like around 40 kilometers from my place, there is a very good hotel called as Hotel Karthik. Okay. So what I did once was on the way to go only. Okay. Our family temple is in Goa. So when we went there, I told my nephew, he's 10-year-old. So I told him, see, this is my hotel. And he looked at the board. He looked at me. I'm like, it's mine only. And he believed. Okay. So he went to my mom and he's like, really? My uncle has a hotel or what? And my mom is like, what hotel? Now, he went and told, no, uncle showed me a very beautiful hotel, huge hotel he has. You didn't tell me only. In holidays, we can go there and stay, no? My mom is like, she came out and said, what have I told him? Like, what have I told? I just told I have a hotel. Which hotel? There, that place is there, there one big hotel is a new hotel named Hotel Karthik. That fellow is thinking it is your hotel. I'm like, mom, don't tell, let him think. My mom and then told, because, grandmother. So she went and told, no, don't, think it is his. Chuma is playing prank with you. And he came and asked me, is that your hotel? I'm like, talk to me properly. He like, you leave, you tell. Did you lie to me? I'm like, I didn't lie to you. You tell me not to lie. Now you are lying. Like, I never said I lied. I just told that hotel is mine. Yeah, that is a lie. No, it is not yours. Grandmother told me. And my mom is like, why are you playing with him? Tell no, it is not yours. Like, yeah, it is not mine. I'm like, why did you tell it is mine? I trusted you. I'm like, hey, 10-year-old, what trust you're talking about? And like, I believed you. You told it is yours, and I honestly believed you. Now I'll not believe you. I'm like, come here. Simply, I played a prank. Sorry, one chocolate I'll give you. Okay? You'll trust me now? He's like, now I'll trust you. In this entire thing, no. One thing I realized was, this is what management does with us. Now, building 1 CR I put. Correct? If you blindly believe that management has a building worth of 1 CR, you are a dumb auditor. I will tell car of 2 CR. You will believe that. Imagine tomorrow. Now you don't know too many things about me. Imagine tomorrow I stand next to Rolls Royce. Click a picture. Just keep my hand on that bonnet. Okay? And with full and cooling glass, I'll stand there and click a picture, post it on Instagram without any caption. And a black heart. Okay? No caption, just a black heart. Rolls Royce is black. I want a black suit. What will you assume? Huh? The car is. Now you'll tell, sir, Karthik, sir. Oh. Chumma, he tells daily coolie and other things and all. Rolls Royce he has, huh? Did I say it is mine? Did I say anywhere it is mine? No. You took an assumption, no. Which means, actually, I made you think that. I gave an impression to you that it is mine. Are you getting my point? Yes, sir. Correct. That's what is half the social media about now. Giving you an impression and you fall for that trap. And then you compare yourself with that. My friends are going on a trip. I am studying. My friends are earning money. I am studying. Now you never know. Grass is always greener on the other side. You focus on watering your garden now. Why are you focusing on their garden? Clear? So when I counsel students, so this is the common thing I see in students when they say, sir, my friends are going on a trip, I'm sitting and studying here. You go and see, why are they going on a trip? They want to escape from the real life and go, get a break and come back more frustrated. No, they are going for team lunch and all. Team lunch is not a big deal. Yes, tomorrow you can also join an office. You will also become a team member there. You can also have a lunch. So this comparison is what they never made you to compare. You only started comparing. This is what we call as implied assertion. What I told about Rolls Royce story is an implied assertion. I never told it is mine. You assumed it. Number 1. Number 2. Imagine I tell you I have a car. This car worth is 2 crore. You'll believe? You'll believe? How will you believe then? What proof, what evidence you want? AI it seems. Physical existence we check, correct. Documents, what documents you'll check? My CA certificate. So whatever I tell you believe? Nice. You should still not believe that. You should still not believe. As a chartered accountant, I am not saying always doubt your client. This is wrong. You should never ever doubt your client from day one. You doubt later. If you get a suspicious, any transaction, if it is a suspicious transaction, if you get any doubts there, then you start doubting. From day one, you don't look them like one criminal, no. Right? So, it's not that I don't believe you. I want more confidence. No, I need to give assurance. Remember assurance, if I don't have assurance, how can I give assurance? So first I need to be, relying on your information. So I will not blindly trust. I would want invoice of the car. Clear? And okay, sir, I'll add more information to it. Invoice of the car is there. Invoice shows 1.8 CR. Now, what is the difference? 0.2 CR, which is nothing but 20 lakhs. What questions you will ask me? Imagine I'm the management. You are the auditor. Depreciation reduction. Hey, how? Car receipt from showroom. Receipt will get. How depreciation reduction? It is appreciation. From 1 point it went to 2 crore, no then. Like, right. Okay, sir, include tax also. Everything inclusive of 1.8. Okay, fine. We'll do one thing. Plus 0.1 CR, all your taxes, everything came. Okay, let's say 1.5 CR, 1.9 CR is a total amount now. With all insurance, road tax, etc. Everything came into 1.9 CR. Total amount is 1.9 CR and I have recorded 2 CR. You should also ask, have you customized it? Have you added any accessories? I said yes. I went to a local shop. Clear? I got certain parts modified, right? And that's how I reached at 2 crores. Now, will you believe? Huh? What evidence you want? Special modification cost. Correct. What evidence you want? EMI interest, eh? Why will I put EMI interest here? Tell me. Invoice. Local shop. Local shop modification. No invoice. What do I do? Huh? Modification? Huh? You'll see. Why are you behaving like me? Screw, I want to see the machinery. Sir, some of the parts I have put as a performance part. So, how what? Because you have come, I have to open that Mercedes Benz or Rolls Royce and all have to take this as a spare part. Yes, it seems. I will change the orders only. Bank statements for what? I have withdrawn the money. 10 lakhs I withdrew. Self-check. I went to the bank, self-check I gave, I withdrew 10 lakhs. With respect to what? That's it. How will I go and ask the bank employees? You will ask bank employee, that fellow bought a car for alteration purpose, you took 10 lakhs. Shop bill. Bill is not that's what I'm telling you. Who?
During the transaction, they'll pass like inside the organization, they'll pass it.
Local shops, I'm telling. I'm not talking about showroom. Local shops, if you have gone and seen their transactions, half the transaction will be without invoice only. Exactly. There is no invoice only for them. Only how much is required, they will create an invoice for that. That's what I'm telling you. You have to think beyond the books. You can't simply say proof. It is not a misstatement. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. No evidence, oh, sir. What to do, sir? Compare that car with another one. Very good. What will you do with the comparison? Ask him to bring the car. And okay. Modification recheck from car expert. Okay. For a car only, so much if you audit. For debtor, you will go to debtor's house, I think. For creditor, you will go to creditor's house, I think. Clear? Examination? What another expense? Simple logic, I'll tell you. See, in these cases, do you have evidence? No. Can I create an evidence? Yes, sir. I'll create an evidence. I can't create an evidence. No. If I consider your thing seriously, auditor will create an evidence. He will only check that evidence and he will tell everything is right. Trust me, you should not be in ArivuPro Kormangala branch. Here only Niman's hospital is there. Those tools. So we can confirm if it really modified. How will you compare? So the answer I got is we will compare that with another car. Okay, if it is a visible alteration, you can say performance. Now what you'll call someone, hey, come here, get your car. You go, open the car. How will you understand? How will you compare these things? Not possible. So in this case, that's criminal auditor, sir. That is criminal, not criminal auditor. Okay. Now in this case, we don't have any evidence. But that does not mean that we can't deny that the car is not his, or not that he has not, we can't say that you have not spent 10 lakhs on the accessories. Whose car it is? Obviously, management's, correct? How can you do this is not your car? It's my car. I have paid. No, no, we don't believe. Don't believe. Go. Now you can't say that. Whatever information is given, to the best level possible, we'll try to collect evidence. Now in this, if he says, sir, I have really paid 10 lakhs, sir. Fine. You have really paid 10 lakhs. Do we have an invoice? No. Fine, sir. Can we go to that shop and ask? Possibility is there. But practically, let's think. Will he remember? No. He will not remember that also. Right? Now, which means that also methodology went. The only possibility that I have now is, I'll tell the client, do one thing, sir. Whatever you told now, write and give. Give me a statement. Written representation we call in audit. What do we call? Written representation. So I will tell the management, no problem, sir. I'll believe you. Just write and give me. You know why? Tomorrow, if inquiry happens, the client will tell, I told auditor everything. Now, how will you prove that client told you? Because of the document that he has given, now you can prove that, see, you only told this. So tomorrow, if income tax people catch hold of him, saying that the money was invested in car, 10 lakhs was diverted in the car. Now he'll tell, I have told CA. Hey, when did you tell? I have told, sir. Now income tax people will ask you, did you know about it? I don't know. But he's telling that you know, you knew about it. Now prove that you don't know about it, no? How will you prove? Hey, tell. Mother promised, tell. Will you ask him that way? No way. You can't prove it. That's the reason why we take it in writing. If you have it in writing, better for us. It's a piece of evidence. Tomorrow I can tell, see boss, you have written and given it to me that you have spent 10 lakhs on. Are you getting my point? That's the reason why we take it in writing. And now it is not a conclusive evidence, but something is better than nothing. No, tomorrow if something happens, I at least have a piece of paper to prove that this is what you gave me. Are you getting it? Understood? Yes. With respect to debtors, how will you verify? How will you verify debtors? Okay. Invoice who creates? Management only. Correct? So that means they can create whatever invoice they want, no? Then, so which means they can increase this debtor and decrease this debtor whenever they want. Okay. Point of sale machine if you have used. If you have not used, you have to think of all possibilities. Count the inventory. Okay, fine, good point. Inventory will be outward, no? Outward movement of inventory will be there. What if they have considered as normal loss? Are you getting my point? Because whatever information you are asking, who is giving you? Management. Therefore, who is in a position to manipulate that data? Management only. Are you getting my point? So now what we have to do, we have a concept called as EC. EC means external confirmation from the debtor. So we ask the debtor, tell me how much balance you owe this guy. Now he will tell one amount. Management would have told one amount. See if it is matching. If it is not matching, mistake. Now I can ask more questions. Now you have a doubt. Now you look at the client at a criminal way. Clear? Tell me, why did you do like this? That fellow is telling 10 lakhs, you are telling 15 lakhs. That means he has paid 5 lakhs. Where is the money? Now he'll tell, I have paid, sir. I have a record, because he'll keep a record in his books of accounts. Checks issued. He will minus 5 lakh from the balance. This fellow got a check, encashed it, used it in intraday trading. Tomorrow he will put it in the company's bank account. Now all these small window you have to check where the possibility can be. So I have to check invoice. Inventory movement is good. Yes, we'll have to check that. Right? Payment received or not, you'll have to check. Because if the debtor is outstanding for a longer period of time, who is this person? Is this person Anand from Munnaba MBBS? Subject matter. Subject doesn't respond. Remember, one character will be there. Yes. Subject doesn't respond. Is this guy the guy who doesn't respond? From 3-4 months, that fellow is idle. What is he there? Is he a debtor only? Or is he a dummy debtor? Because a debtor can't be idle for 4 months. And have you followed for recovery? No, sir. He will pay, sir. That means he is not there, sir. It's a dummy debtor created to inflate the sales. If sales are inflated, profit will be inflated. And I can go to Shark Tank and pitch, no. I have 10 lakhs revenue every month. From what? Dummy debtors. Right? So just to show an inflated sales as on a particular date, I can include fake sales, which will improve my gross profit, which will also improve my net profit. Right? But what they forget to do is inventory. Right? Now, inventory at a bigger level, you can't say normal loss. Because at a bigger level, if you say normal loss, you should have had insurance on inventory. And how do I check insurance? Did you pay premium? If you have paid premium, it's an expense in P&L. I can't see any head called insurance premium paid. So how is it normal loss then? Did it actually happen? When did it happen? Now you'll start. This is what I'm telling you. Small doubt you got. Now you'll start asking more and more. That's why auditors always ask a lot of clients. 1 minute mark. Clients are scared because of one thing. What questions we ask, they don't know. Clear? No, they can't even think what questions we'll ask. And they'll expect that today we'll ask, today we'll not ask. We'll ask when they don't expect only. That is when we have to catch fraud. Clear? So in this case, it can be error, it can be fraud. See, in the debtors which I told, he told 10 lakhs. This fellow is telling what? 15 lakhs. Now it could be a genuine reason. No, checks in transit might be there. You would have posted the check. I have not received it. See, I made management good boy now in front of you just by changing a fact. Right? So depends on what answers they give, you will have to check. Do not blindly trust. Now, what is assertion? Whatever they have told, they are telling they have a building of 1 crore is an assertion. They are representing, they are telling you through the balance sheet that I have a building of 1 crore. Clear? They are telling I have a plant and machinery of 1.5 crore. They are telling you I have a land of 5 crore. They are telling you I have a debtors of 3 crore. They are telling you I have a car of 2 crore. So whatever they tell here is what we call as express assertion. Clear? Explicit assertion. Implied assertion. Imagine they have told share capital. Let's say, what is the total here? 1.5, 5, 3 and 2. 12. Okay. Let's say share capital 6 crore. Okay. Debenture 1 crore. And let's say term loan 7. How much you got here? 12. Just let's say balancing figure. How much it is? 5.5. Balance sheet tally. Okay. Now, you tell me, do they have goodwill? You can't see in the balance sheet, which means this is implied assertion that they're telling we don't have goodwill. So both are assertions only. You telling we have a car also is an assertion. You telling that I have nothing in intangibles also is an assertion. So assertion can be explicit, assertion can be implied or implicit. Understood? Clear? Yes, assertion is nothing but a representation made or a statement made by a client. Go to chapter 5, first page. That's the base of the chapter. Chapter 5, first page you go. Clear? You'll be seeing definition of assertion there. I can confirm with the details. That was possible. Chandana will answer this question now. What is the, can you read that? Chapter 5, first page, definition of assertion. Representations or explicit or otherwise, meaning implied. Implicit also is there. So you not telling is also telling. Clear? You are being silent. No, that also tells something. You telling expressly also is an assertion. You not telling anything also is an assertion. Understood? Clear? Just like how people say poetically, silence is a language. Similarly, you not telling also is an assertion. Clear? Yes. With this, we complete basics of audit. We are getting into the chapters now. Chapter number 1 post break. Clear? Thank you. Right. Okay, let's continue. Right. Online, confirm if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Is audio good? Yes? Okay. Let's begin. Right. Chapter number 1. Nature, objective and scope of audit. Done. Okay, done. Yes. Importance level of this chapter. We are still in basics only compared to what we are doing. This, although institute never tells you that this is a standard based chapter, this is SA 200 standard only, clear, which will be covering, but they have not told SA 200. All the content of SA 200 is there. First things first, definition of audit we have already done. Yes, what is definition of audit? Examination, financial information, profit oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form, with a view of expressing an opinion. Engagement also we have done. What does engagement means? In the context of auditing, formal agreement between auditor and client where we'll be providing that document where we record is called as engagement letter. The purpose of external engagement to enhance the degree of confidence of intended users. Such engagements are called as what engagement? Reasonable assurance engagement is what we call. Okay. Now from chapter wise onwards, in between, I will be giving something called as HQs. Okay, hidden questions, right? HQs play a very big role, very important role in your exams. You can go and ask your seniors, no issues. My last few attempts, HQs, whatever I have marked as HQs in the book, a lot of times those questions have been come in the exam. Not boasting, saying it because out of experience, institute has a way of asking questions. The way they ask questions is out of this concept. Now, how do I test you? Now, for that, they have designed a question. And at inter level, less comparatively, the proportion of case is very less compared to finals, right? So here, although they give you a case, at the end of the day, they come to a direct question only. I am not denying that they'll not ask you case based. Case based they'll ask you, but not as in depth as how they ask in finals. So I can clearly tell you that in some of the cases where I say mark it as important, it's a hidden question, take those things very seriously. Clear? Although other questions are there in your book, behind the book, I am not even talking about that. Those are institute publications. Clear? Now these out of my experience and I have an examiner's mind. By now you should have understood the way I'm asking questions to you guys is not to break your confidence but to make you think, right? So I think from an examiner point of view, if I was the examiner, how I would have drafted a question where I can trap you. So keeping that in mind, I'll be asking a lot of questions in the class. And with respect to the content, when I say it's a hidden question, mark it as important, please write it as a hidden question and study that as a question and answer only. Clear? There will be chances of you seeing the same question in the exam hall. Probably little bit here and there, but more or less you can expect hidden questions. Not 100% hidden questions will be there in the exam. My job is to tell you these are the questions, be careful around it. Clear? So this is the first hidden question in this chapter. What is the logic? Let's try and understand. So, many places I have only put a question. What are the points to be considered to ensure the financial statements are not misleading? What do you mean by misleading? Misleading is, sir, giving, yes, you can say giving wrong information or ensuring the opposite party is taking wrong decisions. So if your financial statement is wrong, they take wrong decisions based on that. So what we should do as an auditor to ensure that, see, financial statement, one of the most important concept you'll have to remember in chapter number 1 is, who are we? We are auditors. Clear? Now, what do we audit? We audit financial
information.
For now we'll understand financial statements only, because balance sheet, P&L and all is coming under financial statement definition only. This financial statement is prepared by whom? Never by an auditor. It is always by client, or we can call them as management. It is never our responsibility. We only audit them. See, what is the point of me telling you, you prepare the question paper, you only write the exam? Rank. World rank you'll get. That's not the point. If I set the paper and you write, that's when your real performance will be shown. That's the logic here. If I only prepare the financial statements and I only audit them, where will I find my error? I won't. Therefore, who should prepare? Whose responsibility is maintaining books of accounts? Clients. Therefore, who should prepare FS? Clients. Now you tell me, books comes first or financial statements comes first? Books comes first. Clear? If you do financial statement first and based on that you do books, fraud. This is fraud. Because you can't prepare financial statement first and based on that you can't draft books of accounts. Financial statement is a product. It's an outcome of your books of accounts. Clear? So when you are maintaining the books of accounts, boss, the outcome of that is nothing but financial statements. Who should do that? You only should do it. I am not supposed to do it. This is a theory concept. Now I am only telling you this is a theory concept. Because in practical world, no, you should not go and curse me. Karthik sir told financial statements are prepared by them. Here in the office, everything I am only doing. There is a reason why practically people don't follow this principle. See, essays, standards on auditing, whatever we are following, is based on global standards. We have something called as ISA, International Standards on Audit. If we don't change our thought process to a global standard, we will never get global recognition. Will always be, our value only will be in India. You take the CA and go to USA and tell them that you are a CA. You are no one there. You are absolutely no one there. Your CA is waste. We'll have to do CPA there. Which means now, imagine I have only trained you for Indian syllabus. When you go out, you are a newbie there. You do not know anything. Whereas courses like ACCA, CFA, CPA and all will be matching with all the global standards, and CA alone will be matching with national standards. This was one of the MCQs that they are asked. Why do we prepare standards? 4 options they are given. And 4 options are so closely related that one is global practices, one is local practices. Students know local practices. Why do we have to match with Indian standards, sir? We have to match with global standards. Reason being is, if we want recognition outside, we need to understand what they want. Are you getting my point? I can't come here and teach in my language, no, because the requirement is not that. So I should be trained to teach in the language that people understand. The same logic, ICAI said, boss, we have to match with global standards. That's the reason why if you pick ISA and SA, there will be 99% accuracy. Certain things they have not copied. Certain things copied in the sense they have not implemented in India because we don't follow that. Right? 90 to 99% accuracy will be there between ISA and SA. In fact, numbers also are similar. Clear? So, when in foreign countries, not developed countries, they follow this. In fact, they follow oral contract very seriously. Yeah, USA, you promise something, even without writing, they'll take you to court. Clear? And there, you can't lie also. Now there, if you lie, the punishment is even more severe. Right? Now that's the reason why the country is developed. We don't develop because of half the reason is this only. We don't follow the law. We study the law, but we never follow it. Clear? We are always busy in non-compliance. We want to learn also in such a way that how to break it. We never learn how to comply with it. Right? So with that aspect, technically, globally, boss, management will prepare, we will audit. And the same thing we are following. Management should do it. We should audit them. In India, there are still firms who are following these standards. There are firms which are still following these standards where I know one firm personally, if the client has not prepared financial statements, no, the partner will throw the file and tell, go, prepare and come. I will not prepare. I am not here to do your job. I am here to audit. You prepare and get, we'll audit. But there are firms where you're not prepared. Don't worry. We have articles. Go, prepare books of accounts. Because you don't know accounts, no? Now you'll go, you'll prepare books of accounts. For you, you'll be learning accounts also. Clear? You'll be doing audit also. Now there is a huge threat there. What threat is there is self-review threat is what we call. You are reviewing your own work. 100% your mistake, a small mistake, it's okay, leave it. That's not the point at all. But India, practically right now, what we study is not being followed due to a lot of practical reasons only, not because of any other things. But then why are we learning? So like I said, we are matching with global standards. Clear? Out of big 4 firms, tell me one firm which is Indian firm. None of the big 4 is Indian. Only 2 firms are registered in India. Clear? Only 2 firms are registered in India. Deloitte and EY. Clear? Other than that, no. KPMG and PwC, they are not registered in India. They have an associate firm in India called SR Bartley Boy and BSR. Through them they work. And this also because in 90s, government had come up with a scheme where foreign firms can get registered in India. And in those era, only 2 firms got registered in India. After that, they withdrew that. When they withdrew that, the other 2 firms could not get registered in India. You know why? Foreign firms are only ruling because they always follow certain quality control systems. We are busy pulling each other down. They are busy developing. If somebody grows in our circle, no, we will think, how do we pull him down? Whereas they focus on your growing up, fine, you grow more and give me more percentage, I'll help you. We are not like that. So we want to become that way. Now, there are many firms in India, they are targeting of forming a network. There is a concept called as network firms. Clear? So they are targeting to form a network firms. One of your firm is there in Bangalore only, which is also thinking of forming a network firm, a part of a network firm. Clear? So when these things happen, no, they will form a community and they will take up the work and give it to all other chartered accountants there. So going forward, this will be the case for all of us where we have to match with the global standards, otherwise there will be no recognition. They have understood it much later. That's the reason why we have Indias. AS and Indias, there are differences, right? So Indias is designed on a level which IFRS also is there. So that globally will follow what they have been following. Same level SA and ISA will be there. Clear? There is something called as pronouncements in your syllabus, which right now it is not there in your syllabus, unfortunately. But fortunately for ICAI, beautiful syllabus. I like this syllabus. Luckily, I finished my CA before this. Because they don't have pronouncements in the syllabus, but they'll ask question from pronouncements. In the exam, they'll ask question from pronouncements, but pronouncements is not there in syllabus. Welcome to CA. Because CA final level, knowledge level expected, expert. So if you open only ICAI module, no, you can't clear. You have to go beyond ICAI module and learn. Clear? For every standard pronouncement is given. And under pronouncement, there are certain things. It's like how you know Bare Act for law. For standard, we have something called as pronouncements. I'll show you how the pronouncements looks. For example, imagine now I'll take SA 200. If I say SA 200, from ICAI, this is what is called as pronouncements. 32 page pronouncements only on SA 200. If I go here, overall objective. Now, in your book only, there is something called as objectives. Clear? Next page there is objective. Correct? There are. Yes, sir. Can you read first point from your book and first point from the screen? To obtain reasonable assurance about whether financial statements as a whole, material misstatement, whether due to, correct? Thereby enabling the auditor to express an opinion. Same, like I said, it is SA 200 only. It is SA 200 without telling it is SA. Because I told you just before break, don't believe assertions blindly. I have to prove, what I'm telling is not lying. What if you doubt this or is lying? No, this is what is called as pronouncement. But not everything is there here in your book. Clear? Now this is entire SA 200. And at the end, if you see, can you see modifications against ISA 200 overall objective? ISA is nothing but international standards on. In that, what's that? Only deletion of certain paragraph, that's it. Which means almost 90-95% matching is there. What we are studying now. Are you getting it? Understood. So like this, for every standard, we have something called as pronouncement. Right? So, to match with them, our standard says, boss, you can't prepare your financial statements. Who should prepare? Management should prepare. Client should prepare. What you should do? You should check them. You should check them and not sit and prepare for them. If you're preparing for them, you're only checking that, and therefore, I don't trust your audit report anymore. Are you getting my point? Understood? Clear? Yes. Now, this basic part you have to understand. Practically, many firms will not follow this, but standard wise, you can't prepare your financial statements. Management should prepare the financial statements, and you're supposed to audit them. Clear? Okay, sir. Now, what are the points we'll have to consider that financial statements are not misleading? Because it's prepared by whom? Sir, if I am only preparing this, no, the HQ number 1 is not required. I would have already taken care about all these things from day 1. This is because you are preparing, I should check whether it is misleading or not. So what are those points to ensure that financial statements are not misleading? Number 1, the accounts have been drawn up with reference to entries in the books of account. Now, tell me, what do you mean by the word accounts? Here, what do you mean by the word accounts? Here, the accounts means financial statements. Because books of accounts are given here. So if you're saying this is also books of account should be drawn up with the entries in the books of account. No, sir. The financial statements, whatever you have prepared, should be as per entries in the books of account. So books comes first or FS comes first? Clear? Number 1. Second thing, whatever entries you have in the books should be supported by sufficient appropriate evidence. Not just evidence, sufficient appropriate evidence. This is a concept which we'll be learning in SA 500. It's a core of SA 500. We call it SAI. In audit, we say SAAE, sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Clear? But here we don't use audit evidence in point number 2. We use only sufficient appropriate evidence. Why? We are not auditing here. We are checking whether the entries in the books has proper evidence. Remember, I told you flight tickets, bus tickets, yes, bullock cart, no evidence, rickshaw, no evidence, clear, supermarket bill, evidence is there. So whatever entries you are passing, no, it should be supported by sufficient and appropriate evidence. Understood? Clear? Okay. None of the entries should be omitted in the process of compilation, and nothing which is not in the books of accounts has found place in the statements. Sir, in simple words, what is not yours should not be in your house. What is yours should not leave your house. Meaning, what is the business entries should not leave your financial statements, and what is not business entry should not sit in financial statements. Personal expenses should not sit in business. Business expenses should not be omitted. Business income should not be omitted. So if I don't declare the income will be less. Therefore, tax will be less. This is not tax planning. This is called tax evasion. Clear? And after many years, if they find no, you will have to go and surrender, which you will tell undisclosed income surrendered. Clear? And on that, left, right, center, you pay tax. Clear? And after that, we'll have to report, you have to maintain again books of accounts. For that, you'll have to include in the books of account as prior period item. Clear? So all these rules will come into the picture. So what we have to ensure, any business expenses or any business income, business transaction should not leave the financial statement, and what is not a business transaction should not sit in financial statement. Understood? Clear? Yes. Now keeping this sentence in the mind, read that particular point again. None of the entries in the books has been omitted when process of compilation, and nothing which is not in the books of account has found a place or has found place in the financial statements. You can write their example, personal expenses should not be charged to revenue or charged to P&L. Last page, are you maintaining the vocabulary? AFRF, applicable financial reporting framework, SAI, sufficient appropriate audit evidence, ROMM, risk of material misstatement. Start now. That's why I asked you. What, you're waiting for Ganesh Chaturthi? From basic concepts only you can pick. We have AFRF, ROMM, SAAE, WR, written representations. AFRF is there, ROMM is there, SAAE, WR, TCWG, online, are you maintaining or no? Online, are you understanding? Online. Okay. Whenever I ask, keep replying, okay? Right. Done. Next. So wherever I write these short forms, automatically you should fill up that page. Clear? The information conveyed should be clear and unambiguous. What do you mean by unambiguous? Not confusing. Now you give information. Imagine in the asset side you are telling total assets, done. Have you given information? Yes. Is it clear? No. Ambiguous? Yes. So after the information that you have given in financial statement should be absolutely clear and there should not be room for any confusion. Users should not be confused. Clear? Now debtor and creditor. Can you set off and write the net amount there? No, sir. You are giving an information but ambiguous information and not very clear about it. Okay. The financial statement amount are properly classified, described and disclosed as per accounting standard. So as per AS, whatever amounts that you have given should be properly classified. Example, capital and revenue, described, PPE or current assets, disclosure, place, whether under assets, liability, notes, contingent liability, where will it come? Outside the, why? Emergency? Contingent liability I am talking. May happen, huh? Okay. So based on that, not probable. Okay. Based on that, there's no certainty it will happen, huh? But you can put in the liability, you know. Correct. Huh? Correct. Liability, no. Contingent liability, no. Correct. My question is, may happen, no. You can put in the financial statements on them. That is very important. I can't tell what is the amount. Clear? Two things are uncertain there. One, happening of an event is uncertain. Second, I do not know how much. So to sit in the balance sheet, you should have clarity or certainty about two things. Happening of an event and measurement of the amount. If these two things are very clear, then you can put in the balance sheet. Those two things are not clear. That's the reason why I am putting it in the outside the balance sheet. Understood? See, that way, provisions also are accurate. Huh? The provisions that you create, is it accurate? No. But still you're sitting, that's sitting in the balance sheet only, no? Why? Probability is there. Clear? Probability is there, not possibility. Possibility is equal chance. Probability is more than 50-50. Clear? If you see the words used in accounting standard, it's a probable outflow. Provision, there is a probability, probable outflow of resources. Clear? So that is the reason why you are putting it in the balance sheet there. Contingency will sit outside the. Clear? Now, one more. Statement of accounts present true and fair picture. Sir, I cannot give true and correct. I cannot give what? True and correct. Why? Reason. True and correct is 100% correct. I cannot give 100%. Can you tell me the reason? Nothing to do with audit. What assumptions are there? What estimations are there? Depreciation, okay. Provisions. Then no proper evidence for some items. Not really. We can create vouchers for that, no issues. Assets are in different values. Book value. You can revalue it, no? No issues in that. Accrual is a concept which generally we follow. For companies it is mandatory, for others not mandatory. The very reason why we can't give certainty or 100% accuracy is due to multiple reasons. Main reason is a lot of amounts has judgments involved. Like you guys said, provisions, estimates, budgets, all these requires judgment. It is not accurate. When that is not accurate, you imagine you who is running the business day in day out, you know everything about your business. When you can't clearly tell that this is the provision exact amount, you want me to certify that and tell this is 100% correct? Makes no sense at all. When you are not sure, how can you expect surety from us? Because we come once in a year or once in 3 months. You are there 24/7 in the business only, you know. When you can't tell how much bad debts can happen, when you can't tell how much income you are going to earn, how can you expect me to give true and correct view? So I can only give true and. That's the reason why we never give absolute assurance in audit. We give reasonable assurance, and that is the top level of assurance. More than that, I can't give you any level of assurance. Understood? Clear? That's the reason why we always give true and fair and not true and correct, because 100% we can never ever give. Clear? Futuristic assumptions are involved. Don't you think going concern is there? Going concern is historical, present or future? Future. So you can give me certainty about future? Huh? Sure? Can you give me certainty? No? What is going concern? Nothing I understood. Tell me, one by one, or anyone, representative.
Till the business goes on.
Okay. That is separate legal entity. Perpetual succession, that is. That's a feature of the company.
We expect that organizations it will never die.
It will never die until we kill. Actually, it will never die until we kill. Until you file winding up application, a company can never die. Right? Assumption that business will go on for a longer period of time. Same, huh? Yes, no? Okay. If you are taking that assumption, I'll ask you one question. Same logic you apply for life, going concern. No? So you don't have certainty that tomorrow you live, huh? Obviously we'll have, sir. Otherwise, why will you come here? If you are planning for CA, that means you have a certainty that you will live in future to enjoy this degree, no? Correct, no? So that means tomorrow is safe.
We are natural persons.
Okay. Okay. Proprietorship?
Normally it's with them as generate.
No. No way. It's not a given assumption that my legal hair will continue my business. Yeah. They may not be interested at all. I have a friend of mine, their generation has wealth. Like if today they stop working, no, for the next around 50-60 years, even if they don't work, they'll live luxurious life. Clear? They have that much money. Their house is like one villa. Not even villa, I can say it's a resort. Clear? They have business in Dubai and all parts of UAE, real estate business they have. Their main business is BD, They started with BD. Clear? And today in their factory, there is more than 1,000 employees working. Okay? They have a mall, multiplex, clear? Automobile business. You name it, it is there. Cookies, Australian cookie business, you name it, it is there. So they don't require money at all. Today also, the CEO of the company smokes BD. Because that he doesn't want to forget his roots. I have only lit up the BD for him when I've gone there. And I was surprised to see crores of rupees, literally crores of rupees. I was curious. So I went and asked, sir, I'll ask you a question. Do you mind? He's like, wait. He first put the bead in his mouth and the matchbox fell, right? So I took it, I lit it, I did like this. And he smoked, there is like, ask. Like, why BD, sir? Like, you can even afford cigars, like expensive cigars, but why BD? He took it and he saw this. What we are today is because of this. It's because of my father who started this business, and I don't want to forget this. And he has that in his pocket always, right? They had like 4 or 5 brothers. All are rich like crazy. Even if they say, I don't want money, money comes. Clear? Stationery business they have. Buildings only they have purchased. They don't know what to do with money. Their son is doing articleship. 1,000 rupees per month stipend. He comes in car. Once we asked, why this torture? He's like, no bro, we are not feeling torture. We are feeling, man. He's like, why? You have $1 million business you have. I'm not interested, bro. Like, look at life. People who have everything don't want that. People who don't have want it. In Kannada there is a saying, kadle tinuvanige hallilla and hallillavanige kadle tinakagalla. Right? Now, when I heard him, no, I'm like, bro, you have business. Why can't you just carry on? And I have seen every partners so humble, so down to earth. So once I had to deliver a document. So my boss would go and deliver a document to this guy. So we went and I went to a particular, they said there are 3-4 gates to their house. Okay, 4 different directions. So I went and he's like, sir, this is the back gate, go to the front gate. I'm like, how do I go? Sir, take this entire circle and then go. I literally had to take 1.5 kilometer round and then go to the main gate. Then I entered. I'm like, is this a house? I felt like I'm to come to a different world to deliver a document. Clear? And there also how nicely he acknowledged me. Clear? And nicely, they don't demean people. That is one thing which I saw. They don't demean people. Clear? Even though I was an office boy that time. Clear? Called me, gave me a glass of juice because it was summer. Look at the awareness. He does not know me at all. Clear? Now, this fellow does not want that business. And I am telling, instead of becoming CA, we can become murderers. So I asked him, okay, I have one curious question. 1,000 per month, what will you do with that stipend? And he's like, bro, honestly, and he has an accent. Honestly, I'll tell you, bro, this 1,000 rupees actually, for me in a day, I'll just spend it like this. I'm like, obviously, you come in a car. Right? Morning you come, afternoon you go home, again you come, evening you go. This is nothing. Petrol only will go. Clear? In 2-3 days done. For that 30 days you have to work, huh? And he's like, yeah bro, because I want to do CA. I'm like, why? Empire you have. Literally you can choose. You can simply close your eyes and keep an hand on one business. That business will be yours. If nothing, they will put new business for you. Because one of the partners' wife wanted to do business. They're like, no worries, we'll do business. Started new business. In 6-7 months, it picked up. And that business is That time in 6-7 months, it was tax not applicable right away. Okay, crazy business. So people are there who don't want to carry on the business. Now that type of people also will be there. We can't do anything with respect to that. Clear? So in that case, it's none of our business, no? Right? Now you tell me, what should we do in a situation where, when as an auditor, now I was working as an auditor in the auditor office, where this fellow was, my boss was a CFR then. So there are people who don't want to carry on. So in that case, you tell me, going concern, how can you say it will continue in the future? It won't. So it's an assumption that we take. But you forgot to tell one word in that. You said for a long period of time. It's not long period of time. I'll correct you. It's a foreseeable future. It's not future. It is foreseeable future. Foreseeable future means, sir, okay, next 1 year can we survive? Yes, fine. That is foreseeable future for us. Next 5 years can we survive? Yes, that is foreseeable future for us. Clear? Because I tell you one sentence. Now only listen to this carefully. The farther you travel into the future, higher the uncertainty. The farther you travel into the future, higher the uncertainty. How, sir? I'll prove it. If I ask you today, tomorrow what you'll be doing, you'll be giving me a schedule. After 1 week, what you'll be doing, you'll give me a schedule, but not as certain as tomorrow's schedule. But if I ask you next year, August, this date only, at this time what you're doing, you won't be able to give me. After 5 years, if I ask you, uncertainty. After 10 years, totally uncertain. So the farther we travel into the future, uncertainty level also will keep on increasing. So how can you tell me my company will live for a longer period of time? What if the company makes non-compliance tomorrow? What if government comes and says, now in Karnataka, hookah ban? Right? Now you are having a hookah business. Suddenly government came and told hookah ban. Rapido bike taxi ban. Now how are you telling long period will be seeing? That notification when it came, obviously it is hitting your business directly. Imagine in Gujarat you were actually manufacturing liquor. Government came and told tomorrow onwards liquor ban. Where is your going concern? Going concern went. Are you getting my point? So you can't say a long period of time. You should always use a term. Understood the difference between using professional term and normal language? Perspective only will change. Meaning only will change. And how can you expect marks out of it? Clear? So going concern always says what? Foreseeable future. And as per standards on audit, foreseeable future is minimum 1 year. Minimum 1 year. Beyond that, if you can see your future beyond that, do it. No issues. Are you getting my point? Clear? So some people, some companies will tell, they'll put 5-year plan. There's a company called as Motherson Sumi. Okay. It's a 2 company merged into one. I'll show you that company. Clear? This company manufactures these wiring semiconductor for automobile industry. Okay. Even luxury cars use items manufactured by these companies only. This company was actually a good company. Okay. Their share price fell because they split their shares now. Now it is this also company is there. Clear? This is their main company, right? Samvartana Motherson International Limited, right? Look at their market cap, 1 lakh crores. Okay. And this is a company which is 27,687 crores. Clear? So this company usually puts a 5-year plan. Okay. And if you actually go and read about this company, no, many a times their 5-year plan they have reached in 3 years. They put a 5-year plan, but they reach that goal in 3 years. 3 years, 3.5 years, 4 years. That's their efficiency. Clear? So companies will see 5 years, okay, where we have to be. You think Ambani suddenly got up and decided we'll start Jio? No, plan will be there. That's why in their MOA it will be mentioned. They'll not start the business right away. Companies will see 5 years down the line where we should be, 10 years down the line where we should be. Right? Clarity do you have is what they will see. Companies usually will have clarity about it. But certain uncontrollables, now tomorrow political parties changed. Election happened. Government changed. They'll bring their ideologies, which can affect the companies, positive as well as negative. There's a company called as Trident Limited. Heard about it? Trident Limited manufactures papers, A4 sheets, also manufactures towels, bath towels, handkerchiefs and other things. Many hotels use Trident bath towels. This company was in Kerala. Okay, they shifted because of political issues. Right now, when they want to shift, no, other state will tell come to our state. You know why? Not just employment opportunity, contribution increases. Contribution of that state increases, revenue of that state increases. Clear? So all states will be on their toes. Come, we'll give you opportunity. Clear? Now that is the reason why I'm telling you political environment can affect the companies. Now these things we can't see. Foreseeable future means, that's the reason why we say foreseeable future. With our little knowledge that we have, how much we are seeing. Clear? So like this only, even I used to have some going concern in my student life. I used to write and keep. I was earning 1,500 per month as a stipend. So when I was preparing, I had put a sticky note in my study table. 1,500 per month, 5 years down the lane, this should not be your income. You have to finish it before that. Clear? Because our results finals were single digits. We have seen 3% attempt also. 5%, 7%, 9%. Clear? So for us, clearing is big deal. So I had written, after this year, we had written that year, I should not earn 1,500 per month. Clear? And how, I do not know, but I finished my CA in 2018. I had written this when I was doing my articleship, and that was around 2013, 2014. That's when I started my articleship. Clear? And that turned, I finished my CA right after 5 years and my earnings increased. So sometimes when you write your plan, you have a clarity on that. Right? But that plan should be realistic. That's why I told you yesterday, don't simply put up a plan when you're demotivated or motivated. Some realistic plan you should put. So companies generally will see where I should be 5 years down the lane. None of the company's CEO, MD, director will tell, where are you looking at your company 5 years down the lane? Nowhere. We'll see, let's go with the flow. No one will tell. They'll have a plan. But how far? Standard says minimum to minimum 1 year. You can't say 6 months down the lane I'll be here. Tell me 1 year minimum. That's your going concern period. Because this period will be important later on when we do standard. That's why I'm explaining now only when the concept is there. Clear? So going concern, two things you have to remember. One is foreseeable future and one is period. What is the period? Minimum 1 year. Can I say 2 years, sir? No problem. 6 months? No. Clear? Okay. Now, so 6 things I'll have to take care. Number 1, your financial statement should be as per books. Right? So I'll just write here the summary points. FS should be as per books of accounts. Clear? And books of accounts should have evidence. Clear? Entries, no omission. No omission. No addition. No addition of non-business transaction. Non-business transaction. Information should be clear and unambiguous. FS amounts classified, describe, disclose as per accounting standard. FS should present true and fair view. Now, whatever I have written here is called short notes for revision. Did I write the entire sentence? No, only keywords. And this will be much helpful for revision. Cumulative revision, when you do, you simply have to read this again and again. But this should come after 2 readings of the entire 6 points. 2 readings you should do of the entire 6 points, and then you should write this. What I would suggest is you maintain a short note separately. Clear? Don't mix everything. Maintain a short note separately. Maintain your main book separately. So that in main book, all the charts, extra explanations and everything, all the illustrations and all you'll be writing there. It should be like your scrapbook. Clear? Short notes, right? Hidden question number 1, question, short note. Hidden question number 2, question, short points. Question number 3, question, short points. Clear? If not question, at least a concept name, short points. That way, pocket revision can be done. Done? Yes? Shall we go ahead? Done now, online. Online, done. Offline, done. Still copying? Offline. Done, huh? You guys only. Right. Sir, expected marks for this question, sir? 4 or 5. Do not expect 6 mark question. Your pattern does not allow. Clear? Your pattern allows 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 6 marks if they have to give, they'll have to give 6, 4, 4. Okay. Very rare instance of giving you 6 marks there. Generally 4 and 5 is a preferred pattern. So I can't rule out 6 marks, but rare possibility of asking 6 mark question. Yeah. Okay. Next, objectives. Now this is called objectives of audit. What is the abbreviation of HQ? Don't write that in the book. Huh? HQ is hidden question. Now from where did I derive this hidden question, sir? Previously, institute was not giving pointers. Just to give full para, entire module. In between now all these 6 points, no, in sentence they'll write. So what we should do is to identify that and consider that as a question, clear, which is hidden in a paragraph. So from there, right from our intermediate syllabus, we call it hidden question. And it has become a habit of writing everywhere, wherever I see as a hidden question. Okay. History also I told. Now, this is objectives of audit. Be careful here. Why? Every standard will have an objective. Every standard will have an objective. This objective is overall objectives of audit. Why are we doing audit? For that only 2 objectives are there. Number 1, to obtain reasonable assurance about what? About the financial statements. What do you want about the financial statements? Are they free from material misstatement? Meaning immaterial misstatements will be there. No problem. Rounding of errors will be there. No problem. But we should not have the 2.5 crore material limit. Remember? Yes, that type of misstatement I can't tolerate. Small misstatement, no problem, sir. Here, so we should obtain reasonable assurance about whether financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Fraud also should not be there. Error also should not be there. Here you will make a mistake. And wherever I will tell you that you will make a mistake, I will be using this particular word, trap. Here. So wherever I write here as a trap, it means it's a trap for you in the exam. Be careful, be very clear with those concepts. Clear? So here when they say, sir, previously true or false question pattern was there in Inter. 14 marks, 1 question, 7 question will be there, 2 marks each with reasons you have to tell. They used to ask there also, objective of audit is to obtain reasonable assurance about financial statements that they should not include fraud. True or false? Reason. The objective is to ensure the financial statement does not have material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Error also should not be there. Fraud also should not be there. Understood? Clear? Thereby enabling an auditor to express an opinion on whether the financial statements are prepared in accordance with an applicable financial reporting framework For your purpose, this in accordance with this here, no, we can name it as per. As per AFRF. Basically, have you prepared your financial statements as per applicable financial reporting framework? That means if you are a company, your FS should be as per Schedule 3. If you are a banking company, your FS should be as per Banking Regulation Act. If you are an insurance company, it should be as per IRDA. Understood? If you are an NBFC, it should be as per RBI prescribed schedule. Got it? So for respective type of entity, there is some format. Is it matching with that format or not? Are you reporting as per given format or not? Clear? Second, also you have to read absolute assurance cannot be given. Now this can be a hidden question for you. You know what is the question I can ask? 4 marks. I'll ask 3 marks. I'll ask one question. Absolute assurance cannot be given. That's the question.
So we won't see each transaction. So we'll see overall what they gave financial reports.
Okay. Online, what is your answer for this? Absolute assurance cannot be given. Comment. Welcome to audit. In audit, no, certain bouncer questions like this will come. Comment, analyze, advise, dive. Now here, aren't you confused what to write now? If they directly asked objectives, you would have been very comfortable to write objectives. What to comment, sir? Comment means what to comment now. Now I'll tell you exactly what you'll write. You write the entire story. Clear? And not tell what exactly institute wants. On one page, 1.5 page story you'll write. Right? Saying companies cannot maintain everything properly. We can't check 100% transactions. There will be lot of errors. We can't check everything. We don't have time. We don't have people. What are you talking there? Political speech you are giving. You have to clearly understand what they want to ask here. They are saying reasonable assurance is the. Now, absolute assurance cannot be given. Comment means what? The maximum level of assurance we can give is reasonable level of assurance. And what is our objective? To obtain reasonable assurance about whether finance is this point. This point you write. Clear? Simple. See here. To obtain reasonable assurance whether financial statements as a whole. So that is our objective. Are you getting my point? However, reasonable assurance is not a guarantee, but is a high level of. Got it? Understood? Clear? Now, such questions only I will be asking in the class. So that in the exam you will not be laughing at your own situation. Thinking, I have to come here now again. For the same center next attempt you have to come. No, that thought should not be there. That's the reason in the class I will be asking such type of questions. Clear? And this is what will improve your conceptual clarity, right? Exam questions anyway, answer is there on the website. So there's no point in only doing the same thing again and again. We'll have to see where we can develop new questions and try to understand where we can connect the concepts. Same question I will ask again later on. Clear? When I do one more topic. Same question. Right? Little twist and see how we can answer that. Second objective is what? To report on financial statement and communicate as required by the essay. Sir, definition of audit. Last key phrase. Express and if you connect that with my cycle that I have given you, not that cycle, that audit cycle. Data, information. It ends with what? That opinion, how are we giving? Report. How? In. So that's my objective is to give report. My objective is to give report. And to give report I have to form an opinion. For opinion I need evidence. And for evidence I require assurance. And for that assurance I am putting procedures. Understood? Clear? Yes sir. Got it. Okay sir. Yes. Two objectives. Number one, to obtain RARA, reasonable assurance, and then to report. Clear? See, auditors are very rare. Auditors are very rare to find because that is our objective, reasonable assurance and reporting. Mnemonic to remember if you want, otherwise ignore, no problem. Now, scope of audit. Also, I'll tell you one thing, wherever possible, I'll be giving mnemonic. That mnemonic can be cringe. You might think, what mnemonic you give? You want mnemonic better or you want marks? Simple logic. If I can create comedy out of it, no, I would never be a CA. I would be a stand-up comedian and making money there. I can't crack good jokes. Let's accept it. And I will ask you one question. People who say bad jokes you crack. No, I'll ask one question. Do you remember one good joke in your life? No. But if somebody has cracked a bad joke, no, you'll remember forever. Our objective is to remember, no. Let's be bad to get good things. Clear? Okay. Next is scope of audit. Now, some of the thing here when we say scope, what is the scope? See, in the exam, no, you can't do actions there. Scope means, what are you dancing there? You have to tell. Extent. Okay, scope means extent. Can I say boundary? Beyond which I cannot go. Yes. So scope is nothing but where I'm drawing a boundary around the work that I'm doing. I told you, audit is a bigger concept. What are we doing? That is our scope. Which means now I can't ask the director. Yesterday went at 5 o'clock with whom? No, meaning with manager you went because I wanted to ask some questions. Clear? I wanted to ask questions to secretary. I heard you went out with secretary. Company secretary. Where did you go, sir? Sir, can I ask such questions? Huh? Can I ask such questions? No, sir. Why? Beyond my scope. Are you getting my point? Understood. Sir, I saw you yesterday in that particular, I was there, sir. I had a conference in one of the hotels. I saw you were doing foo-foo into secretary's eyes. Can I ask such questions? Why? It's personal. Sir, auditor, I can do anything. You can't. Clear? Out of syllabus this is. Yeah. The audit should be organized to cover adequately all aspects. All aspects, no? Now imagine I'm talking to the director, okay? And secretary came and secretary told, so you're getting a call. Director asked from whom? Secretary told wife. Now I asked, marriage certificate. Can I ask? Hey, all aspects, no? Relevant to. Understood? Clear? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Sir, director has 3 marriages. My problem? I'm jealous? No. Can I ask, sir, how are you managing your life, sir? On a personal level, see, personally we can ask, sir. Professionally, can you ask? No, sir. That is his capacity. You work on your capacity, no? You can't ask such questions. Why? Personal questions. Just because you have told I can cover all aspects, it doesn't mean all aspects will cover there. Understood? Clear? Yes, sir. Got it, sir. Okay. Which means all aspects relevant to. Sir, how much salary you're drawing? Can I ask? Huh? Yes or no? Can I ask director how much salary you're drawing? Yes. Tell you. Yes? It's not personal. Then? Can I ask director how much salary you're? Secretary, darling. Can I ask? It's not personal. Can you say, can you get up from his chair and tell my secretary, my rules? No. Can I ask? Yes, sir. Because it is professional ethics, Tolil Dharmam. I can still ask. Reason being it is relevant to financial statements. Because what if I tell you why? These examples right now you'll be thinking that, oh, fun in this concept is there. What if we are actually paying the secretary more than the industry pays? Industry pays 10 lakhs per annum, you are paying secretary 15 lakhs per annum. Huh? What do you mean by this, sir? Huh? कुछ तो गड़बड़ है. Huh? What services? If this fellow becomes auditor now. Asking salary is all right, sir, but not why the person is taking so much. Okay. Salary. You tell properly, man. These people are all correct minded people. Tell me, 15 LPA secretary is getting, industry is paying 10 LPA. Don't I have the right to ask? See? That fellow took to the next level only. He might be having extra skills. Did I ever tell the secretary was she? Did I ever tell secretary was she? No, you assume. Now, this is why I am telling you. I am responsible for what I talk, not what you perceive. All judgmental people. Why can't you think about a company secretary? Why can't you think about a normal person? No, sir. What did you say? What did you say? After employee service, it seems. Huh? Both? I didn't hear. Tell me. No, tell me. Oh. Overtime, it seems. Huh? Enough. Pava. Hey, Pavam, why are you spoiling the secretary's character now? What if he actually he deserves that 5 lakh extra? He, she, whoever it is. I never said director is a male. I never said secretary is female. Why are you giving connections unnecessarily? Here, society, mad people. Yes, I have the right to ask. I can ask, no. Because industry is paying 10 lakhs, why are you paying? What have you seen something special in your secretary? Skill, sir. Okay. What? Because I need to ask. Come on. I need to ask what value addition the secretary brings to the table so that you're giving 5 lakh extra. Right? Experience. Nowadays, anything you tell, these people will consider double meaning only. Cannot be disclosed that. I am asking genuine question. You guys are sorry? Potential. Okay. Now, can it be a related party transaction? Possible, no? Yes. What if there is a relation between director and I meant, yeah, brother, sister, step brother, step sister. Possible, no? Possible, sir. Yeah, absolutely possible. Okay? 5 lakhs, is it believable for overtime? Then everyone will tell, he'll also have overtime now. Director will? Correct. Absolutely. Specific? Correct. My bad. Okay. We are discussing audit only. Now, this is what I mean by all aspects means you can't go beyond a certain line. Now, you can ask such questions. Now, you can't ask personal things. Now, whatever I told actually is a valid question only. It's a valid transaction also. And there are things where possibly imagine the director is appointed in the company. He is getting more pay than industry. Possibility is there. Now, genuinely, what if the company secretary has developed a specific type of work culture where because of that there is a value addition. Now, for example, my friend, he has 6 degrees. Okay. Any company that he has gone has rejected him because of overqualification. They had given a reason: we can't afford you. Now, too much of study is also bad. If you study less also, you don't get job. If you study more also, you don't get job. That means a CA, CS, CMA, LLB, BCom is there. BCom, very big degree yes. And then I think one of the courses he has. So I tell him, you can't get bored of your profession at all. If CA is bored, come to CS. CS is bored, come to CMA. That is bored, do LLB. So he himself degraded in the company interview saying, imagine I am only CS and give me job. He told the interviewer saying, please don't appoint me, don't look at my other degrees. So he was appointed as a chartered accountant, but the salary was a little more because back end he will give company secretary advice. Now this only when you inquire you'll get to know, no? That's the reason why I asked, not for what you're thinking. Understood. Okay. Right? Not for overqualifying, but a value addition is there. Now see, if I have to appoint another CS, I'll have to pay him probably 20 lakhs per annum. I'm paying him 3 lakh extra, he's giving me advice. Good enough for me. Cost saving. Clear? Right. So to form an opinion on FS, accounting records and other source data should be reliable and efficient. What do you mean by accounting records? Your books of accounts. Books, journal, invoices. Invoices will come under other source data. Invoices, contracts, etc. Accounting record is your ledger, cash book, your subsidiary books, cost records, inventory records, all will come under accounting records. Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. The auditor evaluates the reliability and sufficiency of the information contained in the underlying accounting records and other source data. Point number 2 and 3 is connected. Point number 4 and 5 is connected. Okay, it's continuation only, but they have given it as 2 different points. Now, sir, to form an opinion, you have to have 2 things: accounting records and source data should be reliable and sufficient. Now, how do I check whether the systems are reliable and it is sufficient? For that, point number 3. Point number 3 says 2 things you do to understand the reliability and sufficiency. What is that? Study and evaluate systems. What systems? Accounting systems and internal control system. Now tell me, what is internal control system? Process, designed, implemented, maintained by ECWC, management, other personnel to achieve entity objectives. What are their objectives? Reliability of FR, E&E of operation, safeguarding of asset. Last one, compliance of law and understood. If that was not discussed, now you will not know what is internal control system. Right? So those things you have to keep studying on a daily basis, basics of audit, until it is absolutely strong. Clear? No matter which chapter you're doing in audit, but basics of audit must be a first topic to be revised every day. Clear? Right. So if I have to evaluate the sufficiency and reliability, you have to study and evaluate systems. There are 2 types of systems in every entity. One is accounting system and one is internal control system. After this, we'll write short notes. Don't worry. After some point of time, I'll stop writing short notes. Reason? I'm training you now how to build a short notes. Second one, carrying out such other tests, enquiries and other verification procedures as he considers appropriate. Meaning, whatever test you want, you do it. No use. Clear? Whatever test, whatever enquiry, whatever verification procedures you want, you do it. Right? Based on that, you take a call. Should I rely or should I not rely? Clear? Okay. Fourth one. Informing his opinion. Is it informing his opinion? Informing, meaning while forming your opinion, you should also decide whether relevant information is properly disclosed in the financial statement subject to statutory requirement, meaning not all disclosures I can do. Not all disclosures can be done. Basically, comply with law or compliance you'll have to check. Okay, compliance I'll have to check. Now see, management is responsible for what? Preparation of financial information includes what? Books of accounts, financial statements, everything. Whose responsibility? Management's responsibility, which is nothing but a client. Next, selection and application of. Who should decide which depreciation method to follow? Who should decide which inventory method to follow? Can they follow LIFO?
Depends on
LIFO is an invalid method as per AS2. Clear? Last in, first out is never been followed practically. Only FIFO and weighted average is allowed. When time comes, we'll learn about that. FS should be prepared on what basis? You cannot prepare FS based on futuristic. That is not called financial statement. That's called projected financials. Clear? Budgets, forecasts. Those are all prospective. Clear? So these are the main responsibility of management. What's the first one? Preparation of financial information. Next, second one. Selection and application of accounting policy. Third one. Depend on historical financial. Now, determine whether relevant information is properly disclosed. Previously, they said it should be properly disclosed. How, sir? Point number 5. You have to compare the financial statements with records and other source data. Meaning, again, we are going to hidden question number 1. Hidden question number 1, first point. Read. Not on my page, in the book. Accounts must be drawn as per books of accounts. Here, what is this accounting records and source data means? Your accounts only know books of accounts. Financial statement should be as per that. That's the reason why we are comparing here. Okay, compare FS with your records. Clear? Consider the judgments that management has made in preparing FS accordingly and assess the selection and consistent application of accounting policy. Why we'll talk about it? Tell me, what is this judgment that management makes? Example, provisions, estimates, budgets, forecasts, etc. Judge that. I have to judge it, whether they have taken properly or not. Then, selection and application of accounting policy. See, selecting accounting policy is not big deal. Consistency is important. Why, sir? I'll put 2 scenarios in front of you. Okay. Imagine you have a proposal now. Okay. The opposite person, when you ask about the opposite person's past, the person said, previously I was in 13 relationships. Not simultaneously, one after the other. I don't know. Anyway, so this is a proposal you have. Alright, it's in front of you now. The proposal is in front of you. What are the considerations you will be asking, or you'll be thinking, or you'll be considering? What made you fall so many times? Okay. Huh? What? What made you fall again? Okay. Then, why did it fail? Basically, interview. Then, ask, it's okay. Others, nothing to ask her. You'll accept it directly then. How are you not giving up on relationship? Okay. Huh? Motivation? At what age you started relationship? What is it? Business or what? At what age you started relationship? Okay. Then, emotional connect. Oh, that way. I will be the 14th one. I said 13. You went to 38. Professional. I know only one double dating. In audit, we have a concept called as double dating. Okay. Only that I know. This I do not. I know certain relationship in the current era. Dink I know. Clear? You don't know dink. Double income, no kids. He will get married. They have an agreement that they'll not have kids. Both will earn. Both will roam the world. So that's called dink relationship. Double income, no kids. I'm surprised you didn't hear. Then I have heard something called as open relationship. Okay. Then one more I have heard, situationship. Sorry. Then one more I had heard. Sorry? What ship is that now? Just to flirt. Okay. Basically, fling I have heard. So basically, in local language, when you say purki, that is called flirtationship. Okay. Red carpet. Bread? In tomato soup, I have seen breadcrumbs. This I don't know. Flirtationship. Okay. Then what else? What ship and all is there? Sextationship. These meetings and all, where do you hold? Okay. Anyway. What da? You have something, some ship? No? Okay, tell me, listen, this proposal is there. What do you do now? What questions you will ask? You will approve? You will not get into the ship. Okay, you will not even engage in the conversation. But don't you want to know that whether it is this person's fault or the opposite person's fault? Judged, already judged. This person's fault only, sir. Second scenario. 13? Reason. Reason for 13 days. You do one thing. No, you give an application form to fill. Everything is noted down there only. Form number RLP 1. Sorry, RLP 13. Duration ship. Now listen. My question to you in this situation, do you have a good opinion about the proposal? No. Do you have a good opinion about the person? No. Without even understanding the entire reason, you gave a judgment in saying this person should definitely be a bad person. As if every one of us are good. Now my second question to you. One proposal is there. One person was in a relationship for 13 years with same person. Then broke up. Now the proposal is in front of you. 13 years. Now, what is the question you'll ask? Why did you break? Who broke up? What if that person comes back? Will you go back? Okay. Then 13 years. Okay. I am just imagining the proposal that comes in front of you now. He will be the lady Basha. Tell me. Now listen. Among these two proposals, which one is trustworthy now? Why? If consistent also, if you are telling it is bad, non-consistent also is bad, that means who are you expecting? First person. No one. That saying you said, if your wife tell, for that we should have a wife. She should tell. Okay. First one is more reliable, sir. Okay, fine. So, in any education, 13? What? Cheated. Oh, okay, that way. You mean break up, patch up, that way. Okay. Now, I gave you two scenarios. See, there's a reason why I gave you these two scenarios. When I gave you these two scenarios, I am only asking relatively which is trustworthy among these two, which you can rely more. Amma, I understand, but the proposal is not to become a friend. Okay. Now, anyway, you friend zone him, you ozone him, you do whatever you want. My question to you, among these two, which one do you trust more? Second one, prima facie, first one you told very bad guy or very bad girl, you don't want to. Second one is more reliable because consistency at least is there. So my question to you was, in these two scenarios, the better judgment will be of which situation? Consistency. Same logic with the company. 1 year you are following one policy, another year another policy, another year another policy. See, business is same, management is same, market is almost similar, products are same. Then why the profit of the company keeps on changing? I am unable to judge it properly because your accounting policy keeps on changing. 1 year SLM, 1 year WDV, 1 year FIFO, 1 year weighted average. If you keep on changing like this, the judgment of the company from an investor's perspective will be confused. So possibly the proposal will be out. On the other end, after a very long time you change SLM to WDV, no problem. 100% there should be some reason then. Are you getting my point? So the judgment there will be better than the first scenario. Are you getting my point? The proposal was nothing but the company's policy. Right? So you keep changing the policy, judgment will be different. Clear? And I won't be able to give a clear-cut judgment. If I have 1 crore rupees and I have to invest in you, you are changing policies like anything. How can I get that confidence in giving money to you? And what surety you will give me? Right? And that is what we are saying here. We have to assess not just selection, but also consistent application of accounting policy, the manner in which information has been classified and adequacy of disclosure. Which means what? Disclosure is there. Is it adequate? What do you mean by adequate? Enough disclosure should be given. Understood? Understood? Clear? Yes. Therefore, point number 4 and 5 is closely related. What is point number 4 saying? Relevant information should be properly disclosed. And how do I get to know that? Compare the FS with the records. Clear? Consider the judgment and ensure their accounting policy. Check their selection of accounting policy and consistent application of accounting policy. And when the proper information has been classified and disclosed. You are not expected to perform duties which falls outside the scope of his competence. Don't do, that is not your area. For example, I am a CA. I can't go to research and development wing of their company and I say, no, this vaccine should not be found like this, it should be found like this. Who are you? It is like civil engineer coming and telling you how to write CA exams. No, boss, this is my area. So you can't go beyond your area. So your scope will be there. No, you should not go beyond it. Yeah. Now, this one line is very important for us to understand in most concepts. You should not perform any duties which fall outside the scope of his competence. What do you mean by competence? My skill level, my capability, my degree. My degree will give me a skill. I can't go beyond that. For example, now ask this question. I am appointed in your company as an auditor. You also asked me to do a valuation of a particular asset. Okay. Can I take up the valuation of an asset? I am an auditor in your company. For that, you are giving audit fee. In addition to that, you told me, sir, can you please value my asset? I'll give you a fees for that. Can I accept it? Why? Sorry? No, I will value and give a certificate to them. Answer is no. Why? Like she said, my valuation will sit in the balance sheet. and that balance sheet I am going to audit. No. Number one. Number two. Sometimes law will draw a scope on you. Law will tell these are the things you are not supposed to do. Example, section number 144 of Companies Act, which talks about auditor not to render certain services. Clear? There are like 8 services that you're not supposed to give. Now there, law is telling you can't do this. So law puts up a scope. On the other hand, sir, what if law is not putting up a scope? Then you know your competence. Don't accept anything beyond your competence. For example, sir, I have taken a trust company audit. Now that company is asking me to also audit their inventory. Clear? Inventory audit I am supposed to do, as well as financial statements audit I am supposed to do. Can I take it up? Can I take it up? Why not? So the same inventory will sit in the balance sheet, no sir. That's the reason why it will be not allowed. It's not about the competence. I am competent enough to do it, but I'm not accepting because of ethics. Okay? So you need to understand, as a CA, I can do certain things. The things that I can't do, I should not accept it. For example, if somebody comes and tells me, sir, can you teach audit? Of course I will teach audit. Why? My competence level. If somebody comes and says, sir, can you teach UPSC subject? I am a teacher. That doesn't mean I teach that. That's outside my competence. So I will not teach that. If somebody comes and says, sir, can you please teach physics? Of course. I will teach in such a way that student will never understand. I can't. Why? Outside the scope of my competence. Scope of engagement is different. Scope of competence is different. That's a trap. Scope of competence is different. Scope of engagement. Engagement means, sir, they have appointed only for asset audit. I am appointed for what? Asset audit. They are telling me, sir, can you please also audit ICS? No. This is outside the scope of not competence, engagement. I can audit ICS, but I am as an auditor. What type of audit I am doing? Asset audit I am doing. So it is outside the scope of engagement. But here, what is the word used? Outside the scope of competence. Two big differences are there. Understood? Okay. Third, constraints on the scope of audit of financial statements that impair the ability to express an unqualified opinion on such financial statement should be set out in his report, and a qualified opinion or disclaimer of opinion should be expressed. And I'll just highlight certain things. Constraints on the scope of audit should be set out in the report. Basically, any issues if you have to report it. Clear? So simple language, if you want, you can write there. Any issues should be reported in audit report. In what report? Audit report. Got it. Constraints on what? Scope of audit. Clear? Yes. Next. It means here be careful. Right? Be more cautious there. And after I say trap, I'll be telling something. No. Here I told what scope of competence is different. Scope of so you have to note it down. Scope of engagement is different. So that you'll clearly get an idea of okay, what are we targeting in the question paper, in the question, or in any exam that we are writing. It could be mock paper, RTP, wherever. When you're reading the question, please be careful with respect to this. Clear? Right? So scope, 7 points are there in scope. What's the first point? Cover all relevant area. Adequately all aspects, no? Cover all relevant aspects of financial statements. Number 2. Second one, accounting records and source data should be reliable and sufficient. Now, that how do I evaluate that? Evaluate by following 2 things. What is that? Studying and evaluating what? Or rather, study and evaluate systems. What type of systems we have? Accounting systems and internal control systems. Second one, such other tests or procedures appropriate. When I write appropriate, means as per the auditor's choice. Okay. Next, relevant information disclosed. Relevant information disclosed. Now, for this, I'm skipping these points now. Okay, these points are not required for this particular short note. How do I do it? By comparing. How? By point number A, comparing financial statements with records and data. So when I write records and data, we know it is accounting records and source data. Clear? We are reducing repetition. Point number B, considering judgments, or I'll write consider management judgment. Correct? C. Point number C. Now I'm breaking this point further. Selection and application of selection and consistent application. Consistency of AP. What is AP? Accounting policy. Fourth point, the form in which information is classified and disclosed. So classification and disclosure. Classification and disclosure. Right. Sixth one, or rather now if I say fourth one here, do not perform any work outside the competence. Now here I will use red ink pen and I will write engagement and I am cutting it so that you will remember it as a chart. Which means outside the engagement I can actually perform if it is within my competence. Remember I told you agreed upon procedures, reconciliation. Now I am competent to do it. I can accept it. Clear? But if I am accepting it, it should be within my competence. But imagine now the company has a trust and I have never audited the trust. I can't accept the trust audit now. So because it is outside my competence. Clear? Last point. Constraints. Now this constraints is on what? Scope of what? Constraints on scope of audit. Scope of audit. What we have to do? Should be set out in the report, right? No, those points are not at all required. They are given as addition. I'll explain why. Shall be set out in the report. In the audit report. I'll write here reason. The constraints do not allow me to give an or give a clean opinion, a clean report. Now, professionally, what do we call this clean opinion as? We call this clean opinion as unqualified, but nowhere we use unqualified, we use unmodified now. Previously we used to use unqualified, previous standards. Now we use unmodified. Unmodified is the best opinion that anyone can get in audit. That's the top. That reasonable assurance, what you say, no, that's called unmodified opinion, where everything is good. That type of opinion is called as unmodified or unqualified opinion. They keep interchanging the words, meaning is same. Sometimes they use, most of the time they use the word unmodified, sometimes they use the word unqualified. Both are same. What do you mean by this? Everything is good. Financial statements does not have material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. That type of opinion is called as what? Unmodified opinion, where I'll write opinion where we give that financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. And go to the last page and write material misstatement. This is what we call as best opinion. Got it? Yes. Now, which point? How many points are there in the scope in the book? 7. How many points we have written? 5. Because we connected two different concepts and 1 point and we have given. A related concept, if you study like this, no, you don't have to sit and read about how many points are there. Clear? So quickly go through scope. What is the first point? Cover all relevant aspects of what? Financial. Then accounting records and source data must be reliable and sufficient. And how do we get it? Evaluate by doing two things: study and evaluate systems, other test and procedure which is appropriate. Clear? Relevant information must be disclosed. How do we know that? Compare financial statements record with the records and other data. Consider management judgment. Clear? Selection and consistency of accounting policy, classification and disclosures has to be checked. Do not perform any work which is outside the engagement, no, scope of engagement, scope of competence. Clear? Constraints on the scope of audit shall be set out. Set out means what? Mentioned in the report or report about it. Clear? Then, what is unmodified opinion or unqualified opinion means? Financial statements are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error. Understood? This is your entire scope of audit. Difficult. Now it is not difficult. 2 days you don't look at this page, no? This page is gone. Okay? Cumulative revision must be there. Right? So, today 2 hidden questions we did. Not only 2. We did, 1 is here. Second hidden question is objective and scope. Okay. Third is scope of audit. and scope of audit, if you want, you can write here, refer to short notes. Or refer short notes. Or class notes, you can write. No problem. Now, in understanding how keywords are there. Yes. So, if you can stitch a simple sentence keeping these keywords in mind, no, you can score marks. Clear. Now, test your understanding question we'll do. First one. Test your understanding question number 1. Second one, homework. Third one, homework. Now, when I give homework, it is not skip. You have to do and come, because if you don't do and come, I will not discuss the answer at all. Answer is there. Find out what the reason on its own. If you want me to discuss in the class, you'll have to do this and come. It doesn't take too much of time for you to do it. Clear? Test your understanding question number 1. Lalji Bhai has purchased shares of a company listed on NSE. The audited FS of the company provide a picture of healthy financial performance, having robust turnover, low debt and good profits. On above basis, he is absolutely satisfied that money invested by him is safe and there is no chance of losing money. Do audited results and reports of the companies provide such assurance to investors like Lalji Bhai? He is thinking of Lalji Bhai, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So he is saying it gives me absolute assurance. Does it give absolute assurance? See, he is saying what? He is absolutely satisfied. Reading question is an art. Don't jump into conclusion. I did not even finish the question. You said yes, correct. You have to first see what is the case. Where, see, if it was that easy, I will not be even discussing in the class. Clear? Be careful. And you know how institute tests you. This test your understanding question is not directly related to any point. It's a case. So you will have to answer it. Imagine this fellow is a client. If he is coming and asking you this question, you'll tell, what I think is correct. No. You'll have to tell him, what are you thinking? How can he be absolutely satisfied with the financial result? They only don't have surety about future. Clear? And what did you do? Based on this, you invested, and he said, no chance of losing money. How can financial statement can be a basis for investment and you're telling, no way I'll lose money? Because financial statements gives what assurance? Reasonable. And what is the high level of assurance? Reasonable assurance. Can we give absolute assurance? No, that's what you are supposed to write. An audit does not provide assurance to investors in shares regarding. You have to mention about that reasonable and high level. Then you will be mentioning this, that whatever he did is not appropriate. The financial statement does not give assurance with respect to investing money. Nowhere in the audit report they will tell you can invest money based on this. Nowhere. You pick up any audit report and show it to me. Nowhere they'll write this is a basis for investment. You take decisions. I will not take your decisions. Clear? Right? Now, I will not discuss any answer, but I'll discuss just the question for you. Good Deeds Limited is engaged in business of recycling of waste from dumping grounds of Municipal Corporation of Indore to usable manure. Okay, good thing. It is in this way also helping to make the city clean. During course of audit by Zoha and Zoha, a firm of auditors, it is observed by auditors that company has received a notice from Central Bench of National Green Tribunal. Is this a regulator? Is this a department? National Green Tribunal, just like how we have NCLT. Just like how we have NCLT and NCLAT, the environment has National Green Tribunal. Okay, for not following certain environmental regulations involving imposition of hefty monetary penalty on the company. The company is yet to reply to the notice. Okay, yet to reply to the notice. The auditors point out the same is not stated in the notes to accounts. The company points out they are going beyond the scope of their work. Does such a matter fall within the scope of audit? Okay. I'll give you 4 marks for the answer for saying yes, sir. What is the answer you'll get? I'll not tell whether it's correct or not. You think and tell me. Financial?
There should be transparency.
Sir, there will be one transaction.
Transparency, okay, sorry. Okay. So it should be explained. Okay.
Disclosed also. So
It should be disclosed, huh? Okay, full disclosure, huh? Okay, then what else? Is it okay if we frame the answer based on short notes? If you only write short notes as an answer, marks also will be given as a short marks only. You'll have to stitch a sentence out of it. At least normal sentence you can frame and write, no problem. These are the keywords. Tell, what is the answer?
Financial information.
Okay. It's a financial information, therefore I can cover. Now, the question is what? Requirement is what? Scope of audit. Correct? Yes. What is the case, sir? There is a company, there is an entity where a national green tribunal has put a penalty. Small penalty? No. Hefty penalty. Okay. Which means, will it affect financial statements? Okay. What is my scope? Financial statements are outside financial statements. Is it affecting it? So should I ask questions? Pakka? Sure. So should I ask them to disclose? On what point you will write this? On what point you will be writing this? Beautiful question. You want me to answer now? Or will wait for tomorrow? Huh? Which points you'll write is the question. You'll write point number 3, I mean here, in short notes, 3, Sure, Pakka, 100%. 3 and 4, 3 and 4, fifth point, okay. Why did you leave 1 and 2? That also you cover. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Covering all aspects, everything you have to cover. Okay, fine. I'll leave it to you. Go home today, see, understand the case, and then test your understanding 3. I will not even discuss. You only read the question and go ahead with it. Clear? Now, aspects to be covered in the audit. Alright. Now, this is nothing but repetition of what we have done. Copy paste points, but in a different manner. Clear? Scope is there, no? Scope is bigger. Aspects is nothing but area. Specific areas to be covered. Now, you got to know the scope. Financial statement is the scope. Now, in financial statement, specific areas will be there. Now, they said Koramangala 4th block is the scope. I mean, Koramangala 4th block, there could be multiple crossroads. There could be many shops. Yes. So, those are areas we'll have to work on. Similarly, financial statement is a scope that we have given. In financial statements, what are the aspects that we are going to cover? Number 1. Repeated point I'm telling you. Examination of system. Which system? Same what we just did. Accounting and internal control. Then reviewing systems and procedures. Which system is this one, sir? Apart from accounting and ICS, if you have any other system, review that and tell if there is any inadequacy and weakness. Why? Because of these weakness only fraud will happen. Noda. If system is weak, fraud also can happen. Error also can happen. So I need to understand, is there any shortcomings in your system so that we can cover. And for that we have to go and examine those systems which is there in our scope. Remember, just now we did in scope. Where is it? Study and evaluate accounting systems and ICS. Why? So that we'll get to know where is the vacuum or the gap. And in that gap, if you do fraud and error, then I'll have to suffer. Clear? Third, arithmetical accuracy of books of accounts. What is arithmetical accuracy? Just checking calculations, depreciation calculation, interest calculation, clear, EPF percentage. These all come under arithmetical accuracy. Verification of authenticity and validity of transaction by making an examination of entries in the books of account with relevant supporting documents. Hidden question number 1. What I have highlighted here is hidden question number 1. Examination of entries in the books with supporting documents. Hidden question number 1. Point number 2. Check. There are evidence. Sufficient appropriate evidence. Without documentation, what entries you are passing? We need evidence. Third. After that, distinction between items of Capital and revenue, which is nothing but again hidden question number 1. What is not business should not sit in business. What is business should not get out of the business. And information should be properly classified and disclosed. Capital should be classified properly. Revenue should be classified. Comparison of balance sheet and P&L with the other records. Again, same underlying record. Repeat. Where in scope also we have seen. Where have we seen in scope, sir? Take. Comparing FS with records and data. Clear? And in hidden question number 1, point number 1. Your account should be as per books of account. Same point. Now, wherever you see same point, now comes the new technique called as reference technique. Here you will be writing reference. Point number 1, page number 1, or hidden question 1. Scope. Point number, I think 5. Point number 5A, no? Yeah, 5A. Page number 2. Page number 2. So when you write like this, no, when you are in page number 2, you will be studying that. Now go to page number 2. This is page number 4. So I'll go to page number 2 and I'll write here page 4. Point number 6. Point number 6. So I'll go to here point 6, page 4. So when you write like this is called cross-reference. And when you do cross-reference, no, if you study properly with cross-reference, I can assure you that you will not forget what points are connected. In audit, connection is very important. Repetition is there. And to understand that repetition, you need to understand where we have seen primarily. Source, if you understand, rest everywhere it is repetition, you can easily connect the dots. Otherwise, 100% audit, even if you get the best of the best faculty, if you are not able to revise and study, nothing can be done. Clear? This has worked wonders, so do it every now and then. Clear? Yes? Right, sir. With respect to aspects, then, with respect to assets, verification of title, existence, and value of asset. When we have verified the asset, we need to verify the liability. Sir, balance sheet is covered. Next is P&L. Check the results shown by P&L, which is nothing but scope only. Clear? Sir, if you are a corporate body, statutory requirement, which is Companies Act. If you are a company, Companies Act. Banking, Banking Act. Trust Act. This is actually waste point, but point is there. Reporting to appropriate person or body whether the statement examined reveal a true and fair view. Again, we have seen this. Yes or no? Yes. So we are giving what? True and fair view. So HQ number 1 also conclude with this. We are also concluding with this. Aspects are done. Clear? Right. So tomorrow we'll be continuing with advantages, inherent limitation, and then probably tomorrow majority of the chapter will be done, and we'll be starting with the next chapter by day of tomorrow for sure. Clear? So thank you so much and have a great evening. One, I think you can tell thank you properly. Thank you so much. Thank you online. Point of 5, huh? Okay. Take. Yes, thank you online. Bye bye. Yes, Pujita, you can study from my material, no issues. I'll share it to some student, he'll share it to me.
Assurance, assurance by one party to by another party. Is mentioned party is the client and the financial management
It could be management and an investor.
investor. Management and investor.
Yes.
Okay, but here we assured the auditor about the financial statement prepared
Correct. By the management to the investor.
Sir, you can add up.
Sorry? The team will conduct it. I won't be conducting. In the class itself, I can't conduct because for me the portions, if I don't finish on time, that team will do it. I won't be able to do it. I probably can ask a team to conduct. After every chapter, they will conduct the test.
You only give.
They have a question paper prepared. If I have to give question, I have to prepare the question, I have to prepare the answer, and then I'll have to give it to them. So that's the reason what I do is the question I'm giving it in the class itself. Right? So because I have a batch in the morning, so I have to finish that batch and then come to Malaysia. So I don't have the time to prepare the question paper. So team will do it. You can tell the team. You can just raise a ticket to conduct the tests, or you can talk to Nitin sir or something.
Thank you.
1 minute. Airdrop is on, huh? Airdrop? Oh, you are, sir.
Thank you so much. They need some advice.
Sorry?
Sir, I am kind of person who understand the concept and then merge. When MC a question, the concept will come and what I merged, I will write. So in audit, I decided I will not do that. So how can I study, sir?
Yesterday I told, no, phase 1 and phase 2. So,
Concepts of-
yes, understand the concept first and then your execution part comes where you have to write and see if you're able to, without writing, if you're able to retain the content, then without writing only you can write the answers and check it out. Otherwise, you have to write and then check out what points you're missing out. Only those points you have to study again and then in a fresh page, write the entire answer and see if you're able to execute it. Mugging is not required. Mugging is required as after understanding the concepts, to understand this, to remember the sequence and mnemonics and all, for that you'll have to remember. That should be it.
Revising also.
Short notes, keep revising it. Prepare short notes and keep revising the same thing again.
Regarding how to write the audit presentation in audit paper and how to study audit.
Same presentation as there in the textbook. But for a case, presentation is depending upon what is your judgment.
Point.
Yes, pointers. But in the case based, it's your judgment. What answers will be suitable for this, and according to that, point is only outright, no paragraphs. Theory questions, nothing is, sir. Straight away. I remember, Karunya, no? Chennai batch. Esther batch, no?
You went to it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Did you take?
Enter.
Yes, sir. Cooling.
Hmm.
No, sir. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Full of excitement.
Thank you, sir.
Bye bye.
I wanted to ask, you said you help people make the time table. But I don't know.
Sir, that is the
I'm very bad at making time tables. You give that and follow.